Hello, everybody. Good morning, everyone. We have another couple of minutes before we start. Karen, can we stop the music, please? Thank you very much. Times check, and I think we are good to go. Good amount of attendance I can see. Total number of participants, total number of panelists, everyone seems to be here. So let's proceed, guys. Team, good morning, good afternoon. Depending where you are from, we have some people from our Philippines office, so good afternoon to them. And thank you very much for dialing in for this webinar. This is a virtual crew seminar for V-Ships Boston, and our seafarers are logging in from Ukraine. My name is Captain Rishi Sharma. I'm the head of Global Training Center Operations, and I'm based out of warm and sunny Mumbai, India. Today, me along with my team will be your host for this webinar. Thank you for the next slide, Karen. Why are we gathered here? I'm sure we all would agree that it's an unprecedented times in society, and because of your efforts, you as seafarer efforts, I'm proud to say that maritime trade continued even in this tough time. As we all are aware, for almost 2 years, various government bodies across the globe, they have stopped group gatherings. I can hear some music coming at the end. Karen, can we mute everyone, please? Thank you very much. So what I was saying, that as we all are aware, that it's been almost 2 years that various government bodies across the globe, they have stopped group gatherings due to the present pandemic situation. And none of us knows then when the situation would be okay in different jurisdictions. So we as a company, we as a group, we don't want to be sitting idle. So we take this opportunity to appraise all our seafarers on how the business is doing, listen to your comments, listen to your feedbacks, listen to your thoughts, and discuss in this forum. Their intention for having this seminar basically is not only that you listen to us, you listen to the speakers, it's more towards we listening to you, taking your advice and taking your inputs to improve our performance. Can you have one more click, Karen? There seems to be a comments which needs to come on the right side of the screen. Perfect. I'm sure you all are on WhatsApp, Facebook, and there are a lot of memes coming these days. Very interesting one which we put on this presentation. It says, this virus has a very big ego. It will not come to your home unless you go out and invite. So my dear friends, please be careful and take all the precautions. Let's move on to next slide, Karen, please. A bit on our attendees' background. There are a couple of graphs being shown on the left-hand side. We can see a number of attendees. It's a good mix of senior officers, junior officers, and good mix of engineers and deck officers all together. So good to see. It's a mixture, and we're good to go ahead with that. Apart from that, on the right-hand side, ask you how many years have you been with We Group? And majority of you have spent more than 5 years in this group. So indeed, a very proud moment. Kudos to you guys, staying and being with the group for more than 5 years. Another question we did ask you, and it's there on the screen, is have you attended any face-to-face seminar with We Group in the past? We are talking of face-to-face. Eventually, it's equal amount of mix, 30-30, 30-35, both. So 50-50% I can say that people have attended, 50% people, they haven't. Last couple of years, regretfully, we are unable to have any face-to-face seminars because of pandemic. Just to highlight you that these virtual seminars are temporary solution so that you can hear what is being happening within the company, and for us to listen to your concerns, your feedback, your experiences, and move ahead in the shipping. So very soon, once the situation improves, we would be going back to face-to-face seminars and interacting with you guys. We will move on to next slide, please, Carol. Agenda for today, very interesting. You all must have got it. Followed by my introduction, setting the scene. We would have safety movement by our global head of HSEQ, Mike. We have Justin, fleet manager from UK, the welcome note and delivering performance excellence through resilience and safety leadership. Apart from that, Mike has got a couple of very, very interesting sessions on HSE and environmental compliance to update you guys. We also have preparing the vessels for third party, fleet operations on the technical front. We would have James Bradford, head of our technical, who would be speaking on that. Apart from that, Andy is going to speak learning from incidents. Andy, you all know, is operations director with V-Ships UK. And we do have career progression, competency development, and fleet safety update. Apart from that, as you can see on the screen, and you have received this agenda, there are plenty of Q&A sessions. So at end of every session, almost, we have a Q&A so that you can ask your questions to the panelists or share your experience pertaining to that particular topic. Karen, we'll move on to next slide, please. Thank you very much. We strongly suggest use of headphone for best sound experience. In case you have any questions to ask, which we would encourage you should ask questions, you should share your experiences. There is a Q&A button at the bottom of your screen. Please press that. Specify your speakers for the question. You can write down in the Q&A box. Do mention the question is raised to which panelist, or if you would like to speak to our panelist, please raise your hand. After end of the session, we'll ensure to unmute you and make you speak with our presenter. We look forward for your active participation. We look forward for your feedback moving ahead. Thank you. Next, please, Karen. Very interesting. There is an American entrepreneur. He's an author also and a very motivational speaker. His name is Jim Rohn. And once he has said that, be a collector of good ideas. And for that, keep a journal. If you hear any good idea, write it down. Do not trust your memory. So I very strongly follow this. Whenever there are such forums or meetings, I ensure I sit with a notebook, any good ideas, I keep writing down. So a good piece of recommendation to you all. And with that, we wish you all the very best for the existing session coming up. To start, it's time for safety movement. Let me invite Mike Bradshaw, Global Head of HSEQ for Safety.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you, Rishi, and the team for inviting me along to deliver the safety moment this morning. The safety moment is a way that we start all of our meetings ashore at V Group, and it's an opportunity for us to focus our minds around safety and prevention of harm to our colleagues ashore and afloat. And we do a safety moment irrespective of what the subject of the meeting is, because safety is at the forefront of all of the decision making that we have here at V Group. If you can just move on to the next slide, please, Karen. My safety moment for this morning is reflective. I want to talk to you briefly about a very, very challenging year that we had as an organisation in 2021. For the first time in as long as I can remember, we had a fatal accident. In fact, not one fatal accident, but 3. And they all came within a very short space of time. We had 3 fatal accidents within the fleet within 4 months. And the first one happening on the 15th of May. And prior to that, we passed 205 million exposure hours since the last fatal accident within the fleet. This is hugely disappointing, and it caught us by surprise. These fatal accidents happening in fleets that are high-performing fleets. And it acts as a reminder to us all of us on this call today, whether you're a master or a junior officer, whether you're a superintendent or the managing director, that a serious accident could happen in our fleet at any time if we're not vigilant for the hazards around us. The 3 accidents involved: 1, a man falling overboard in the waters of Singapore during a disembarkation to launch. Another colleague died in a lifeboat accident during a routine drill. And the 3rd fatality happened on a bulk carrier doing ship-to-ship transfers with open fairleads. Very, very different in nature, but all 3 accidents share common threads, which was that there was a complete lack of risk assessment and job safety analysis by the teams involved, and the underlying culture, safety culture, was poor. In all 3 cases, those involved, including the leadership teams involved, felt that nothing bad has happened before, nothing bad will happen today. So part of this discussion this morning is to state our commitment as an organisation, as individuals, to make sure that we learn from these tragedies and we put in place preventative measures so that no one else, no other families will lose their loved ones while working on our ships. If you can move on to the next slide, please, Karen. I talked about culture and safety culture, and last year we did another safety climate assessment, and I'm hoping most, if not all of you on this call took part in that survey. And the Boston fleet enjoys one of the highest safety awareness scores in the group, which is great. But we don't stop there. There's much, much more to do. And your data, your feedback from that survey told us that in the Boston fleet, there was a good feeling about communication on safety issues. There's a good feeling and belief about the importance of safety meetings on board and in the office. That these meetings help you perform your job more safely. And reassuring to me from a quality side that most of you believe that the rules and procedures need to be followed. But that, like I said, there's room for improvement. There's always room for improvement. And so in the Boston fleet, there was a very high level of, I'm going to say, complacency, lack of chronic unease, lack of belief that a serious accident could happen. That was the #1 improvement goal for the V-Ship's Boston fleet. People that took part in the survey did not believe that a serious incident could happen at their place of work. We need that sense of vulnerability. We need to be cautious. We need to be vigilant that something might go wrong. If we stop thinking about these hazards, that's when we get bitten with a serious incident. Also within the Boston fleet, there was a strong sense that when something bad does happen, that the company looks for someone to blame. And that's something that we need to work on with the fleet cell, with our senior officers, to create that environment within the Boston office and within the Boston fleet that it's okay to report bad news, and these events are helping us learn. So we need your help to build a learning culture within V-Ship's Boston fleet. You also told us that you had to work a lot of overtime to get the job done safely. And that's why reporting of hours of work and rest is important, so that those ashore can see what's going on board and help manage resources. And again, from a quality side and a safety side, it's disappointing to read that the fleet feel that not all near misses and not all minor incidents are reported to the company. And we'll come back to that reporting culture later this morning. But fundamentally, whether you're a master or a junior officer or even a rating within our fleet, every single one of you has the opportunity to shape the way that we do things at V-Ships globally and within the V-Ships Boston fleet. Rishi talked about writing down good ideas, and we're collectors of ideas. We need your ideas because you are at the sharp end of the business. You are where the operations happen, and you are where people can get hurt. So we need your feedback and your help. Next slide, please, Karen. So staying with that theme, if you see something unsafe or something going wrong, exercise your stop work authority. No one will shout at you for stopping the job if you feel there's a risk of harm to yourself, your colleagues, the ship, or to the environment. We need to learn from all of these unsafe condition reports. So write them down, as Rishi says. Use your notebook, submit them into the company. Let us learn. Stop work authority is absolutely vital, but if a safety management system relies on stop work authority alone, it's very brittle and likely to fail. So we need your help to support the underlying culture, creating a good atmosphere on board your ship where everybody feels empowered to stand up and voice their concerns, where people are not afraid to stop work, to give input and feedback to where they think that we can do things better. That is the culture we need you to generate on board your ship. And for the masters and chief engineers that's on this on this call today, the way that you respond on board your ship sets the tone. You are the cultural architect on board your ship. The culture on board your vessel is through your leadership and through your actions, through what you do and what you say, and what you don't do and what you don't say. Next slide, please, Karen. So to conclude the safety moment this morning, I want to leave you with some words from our group, from our ship management CEO early in 2021. You will hopefully have heard his podcast that we made in June after the fatal accident involving the man overboard. And in that podcast, he said, nothing bad has happened before, so nothing bad will happen in the future. This idea is a form of complacency and is at the root cause of many unnecessary accidents within our fleet. A strong safety culture within V-Ships UK, V-Ships Boston, V-Ship Group, does not rely on luck. It relies on each and every one of us today on this call being vigilant, both for ourselves and our colleagues, and challenge, be curious as to what might go wrong. So that concludes the safety moment this morning. I hope these words resonate with you as you get ready for your next deployment on board one of our vessels. We need your help. and it starts and ends with safety culture that you create on board. Thank you very much, Rishi.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you so very much for the safety movement. Indeed concerning, and I strongly feel from this safety movement, we can take lots into our professional life to make us world safer. And the most important, what you highlighted was complacency. Fully agree. Let's not allow complacency set into our life and move ahead. Thank you very much once again. We will move on as per agenda. I would pleased to announce we have Justin Shepherd, Fleet Manager, V-Ship UK with us for the welcome note, and he would be speaking on delivery performance excellence through resilience and safety leadership. Justin.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Thanks to Mike for the safety moment, and thanks to everyone for attending this virtual officer seminar. Obviously, it would have been great to have carried this out in person, but in these difficult times, obviously, we have to do it this way. So let's hope this changes soon. It's great that so many of you are here, so thank you very much for that. Yeah, thank you and welcome to this virtual seminar. Usually Subodh, the MD of V-Ships Boston, would have done this, would have done the intro, but Subodh is on medical leave at the moment, so we wish Subodh a speedy recovery. So the introduction is with me. My name is Justin Shepherd, Fleet Manager. So I work at V-Ships UK, and I've been working with our team in Boston in Subodh's absence. I'm also the Fleet Manager of CSL Europe, so hopefully this gives a good insight into what we do. My background, yeah, I worked at sea for a number of years, and then before coming ashore to work for a UK-based ship owner. Yeah, joining V-Ships in 2018, where I've been continuing as a fleet manager. So if we can just move on, please, Karen. So what's the objective for today? So what we want to do is share with you information. We want to hear from you about the issues we all face and agree solutions. We want to continue and improve safety and vessel efficiency. We want to share the latest safety environmental issues and requirements. We want to tackle challenges together, especially COVID-19. So if we can just move on, please, Karen. I just want to talk to you one thing about reflective learning and why that's so important and why it's so key to. Sorry, there was some feedback on that on the line then. Yeah, I just want to talk about reflective learning and what that is and how we can use that. So reflective learning is the ability to look back over an experience and break it down into significant aspects such as factors affecting success or failure. So it's also a way of recognizing and maximizing personal value and learning from experiences and sharing experiences with others to prevent reoccurrence. It's something that we actively encourage amongst our ships. When we have an incident or an experience, one thing I try and do, and something we should all try and do, is actually share that between ships. I know that in our fleet, when we have an issue, particularly from my side, from technical problems, we tend to try to share that experience and try and share our findings. And it's a way then that we can reflect back on the experience and hopefully learn from it. So it's a key way of learning. So what is reflective learning? So it's a way of learning what we have done well and what we could have done better or differently. There was an incident that I was dealing with quite recently with a ship in Australia. They had an issue with their emergency generator. It was the issue was the emergency generator was fine. It operated fine, ran up, went on load, no issue, no problem at all. The issue was, and it caught us all by surprise a little bit, because it hadn't happened to my knowledge many times before. The actual issue was getting the bus tie breaker to reset back onto the emergency switchboard. So we couldn't get the main power back to the emergency switchboard after carrying out a successful test. So we had a perfectly good emergency generator test, and it caught us all by surprise. And when we did the incident investigation, we looked at what we could have done better, and that was all part of the reflective learning. I was part of the team that did the initial contact. The ship contacted me directly, and I actually looked back and I thought, well, what could we have done better as a team? I'm talking about not only ashore, but actually on board the ship. What could we have done better? And that's all part of a reflective learning. And I think one thing that I took away from that is probably our communication wasn't that great between the ship and the office. I think that was a key learning point from my side. They were very busy on board. They were dealing with AMSA at the time, but also because we needed that interaction, I needed to be speaking to the agent and the owners. That was part of the reflective learning that I actually had, that I thought, well, you know, if we'd have had a little bit more feedback, and it was equally my mistake, I should have made that clearer to the master and the chief engineer. If we'd have had that little bit more feedback and a little bit more interaction between the ship and the office, I think that would have helped that particular issue. So that was a way that I used reflective learning, and it's something that we can all do. Look at a job, think, well, what could we have done better? So that's something I wanted to share with you, that happened quite recently on one of our ships. So yeah, if we could move on, please, Karen. One thing that is quite interesting with reflective learning, don't worry too much about the percentages, because if you add them up, it doesn't add up to 100%. So that's not the important part. The important part is, and everyone here on this call is equally responsible and can be responsible for the way that we all learn, and the way that the guys on board learn from any experience. So what this is trying to demonstrate is that when you just listen only, you're only getting about 8% of the benefit that you would have got just from listening. Whereas if you read only, you get an increase, and then obviously as the graph goes up, if you have a toolbox presentation, you get more benefit from doing that. But ultimately, the biggest benefit that you will ever get in terms of learning is a face-to-face structured engagement, which is why when you're on board a ship and you're wanting to get over a point to the crew, or to the officers or to anyone that you're dealing with, a face-to-face engagement is by far the best way to get your point across. So it's really important to get that two-way interaction between people, between the crew, between you, and you'll get far more benefit from doing that. So it's one thing just to bear in mind as when you go back on board your next ship. If we could move on, please, Karen. So we've touched on this. I know that Rishi mentioned this before, but just to make sure that you're aware of your role in this seminar, and make sure that we're all aware what we need and expect is enthusiasm. So please, be enthusiastic. We're here to all learn, basically, and hopefully we'll with some participation, you'll get some good benefit from this seminar. We encourage active participation. So please, obviously, there's question and answer sessions after each of the particular sections. So please participate with any questions that you have, and share your experience and knowledge. Share what you found in terms of learning experiences. This all drives performance excellence. Don't be afraid to speak out. We've mentioned this before. Always let us know your thoughts. And I've touched on reflective learning. Like I say, it's key to understand what we could have done better, or what you've done well. It's important to recognize what you also do very well as part of this. So if we could move on, please, Karen. I'm just going to touch on the KPIs, just to run through where we stand in terms of our performance. And one thing that we did mention, or Mike certainly mentioned, was the fatalities that we've had this year. Now, on the graph, it mentions 2. There were actually 3 fatalities in 2021, unfortunately. And Mike touched on these. It was the issue that, I mean, we're all aware of these, the accommodation ladder, the fall. There was the lifeboat exercise issue, and there was the open fare leads that Mike touched on earlier. So yeah, obviously lots of work to be done. We all need to be aware of the risks and the dangers, and obviously with everyone's help and with safety as the absolute forefront of everything that we do, we're obviously never wanting to see this reoccurrence. If we could move on, please, Karen. In terms of lost time injury frequencies, I just want to demonstrate that we are doing well in terms of V-Ships UK. We obviously have targets, and when we talk about V-Ships UK, obviously we're aligned with Boston on this, so this is equally a part of that. So group targets, we always want to drive down the lost time injury frequency as part of V-Ships UK. We're obviously focusing on bringing that target down. And in terms of our actual performance on the left for 2021, you can see that we've actually, in terms of the lost time injury frequency, we've exceeded targets, but it kind of is completely put into perspective by the fatalities. So it's whilst we're pleased with this and it's good, it is kind of soured significantly by the fatalities. So we obviously need to learn from that. If we could move on, please, Karen. One thing that we encourage is the reporting of unsafe acts, unsafe conditions, but also safe acts. So why do we have targets for unsafe acts, near misses, and safe acts? Well, I'll quote something from Shipshaw, and it's a very key point. To have an understanding how safe we are means we need to understand how aware all personnel are of near misses and unsafe acts. So without heightening awareness, our potential for accidents and incidents climbs significantly. I thought it perfectly describes what we're trying to do and why we have unsafe acts and also safe acts. So just going through the targets, obviously we want to be reporting unsafe acts when we find them. So as a group target, you can see the targets go up from 20 to, if you look at the left-hand graph for the unsafe acts. So as a group target, our target has increased for 2021. as has the V-Ships UK target, which is aligned with the group target. And presently we're on 3.7. Now this is the average unsafe acts per vessel per month. So obviously we encourage people to raise unsafe acts, and the more we do, the more awareness this generates. So people remain vigilant, they look around them, and they can identify problems before there is an accident or an issue, an incident. So that's quite key in identifying areas that we can highlight to prevent an accident or an incident. In terms of safe acts, personally, I always like to hear the good things that ships are doing. It's not just the bad things. Our ship staff are, you are all very, very well trained, very well knowledgeable people. And sometimes I feel as though we don't highlight the good things that we do. We hear the negatives, but we also need to recognize that when someone identifies a problem and says, well, actually, they've actually done something really good here. That was something really safe. And it's almost to be, obviously, when we look at safe acts, it's something that we should be encouraging and recognizing. So as a target, we always want ships to raise at least one safe act. And presently we're a little bit lower than that in terms of V-Ships UK. So when you see people working really well on the ship, working safely, recognize it, report it, put it into ShipSure, and it's not just the unsafe acts that we want to see, it's the safe acts. So that's really quite key. Thank you, Karen. If you can just move on to the next slide. In terms of port state control detentions, obviously we strive for zero port state control detentions. Our goal is performance excellence. So we always want to have zero port state control detentions. Just looking at the group figures for 2021, and comparing to V-Ships UK and the Boston ships, then for V-Ships UK we had one detention. Again, that's something we need to look at, work to improve, because our target is always clearly zero port state control detentions. So we need to think about how we can better prepare ourselves for port state control. We need to be a little bit wiser in terms of preparations. If we go into a country or a port where we haven't been before, and if we know that we haven't had a port state control inspection for a while, we know for sure that there will be some form of port state control inspection. So it's that preparation that we need to be aware of. You shouldn't ever feel as though you're caught off guard, and you shouldn't ever be caught off guard when you have a PSC inspection. It's something that you should be aware of yourselves as a team on board. You need to be thinking about that. And of course, as an office, we'll always support you. Generally, we'll be in touch on email or phone calls, but there will always be MAR 11s that get sent to the ship in areas where we know there have been issues, and hopefully that will drive down PSC detentions. Next slide, please, Karen. Okay, our spills to water figures. So a group target, I mean, the target is zero spills to water. We never want to have oil in water. It's obviously it's something that we should try to avoid. Obviously, we do our best to avoid it, and that's our target. It's zero oil spills to water. So in 2021, we had one case of an oil spill. And obviously the target, as I say, is 0 oil spills to water. If we can move on, please, Karen. Okay, this now I've mentioned vetting here, and it's quite an interesting point, and it's deliberately left in, and I'll touch on that in a second, because we're obviously focused on CSL. We operate dry bulk SUL ships, and I'll just move on to the vetting part in a second, but we'll just look at this group targets, observations per vetting inspection. Obviously the target is being driven down each year. Our own V-Ships UK target is slightly below group target, and in terms of 2021 we actually achieved that target. It's 2.47 observations per inspection. I mentioned why this was significant for vetting, because primarily you look at that and you think, well, it's not relevant to me. It's not relevant to an SUL. It's primarily for tankers and things like this. That's correct at the moment, but there is a definite move to start looking and introducing a vetting type inspection for bulk carriers and SUL ships. So this is equally relevant to all of us, and it's something we're going to have to focus on in the future. If you can move on, please, Karen. So this particular slide is about goal 0. What is goal 0? And what are we trying to achieve by that? So within the group and with all of us on this call, ultimately what we want is no incidents, no accidents, no oil spills, no PSC observations, no vetting observations, which we just mentioned then, and no technical failures. And we have to think, well, is this realistic? Is a goal 0 realistic? It certainly is. It's not easy, and it takes everyone on this call to achieve a goal 0, but it's definitely something that's achievable. I mean, items like no incidents, no accidents, absolutely, we should strive for that, and it's something that we're more than capable of achieving. Same with oil spills, PSC. With good preparation, there's no way we should be caught out on port state control detentions. So many of these detentions that we see are something that within a checklist and on board with good checking and good preparation, there's no way that we should be getting picked up on a large number of PSC issues. The issue that we have with technical failures, obviously we would like no technical failures. Personally, I think that's a difficult one to achieve. It's not impossible. It means good plan maintenance, being aware of issues that we have on equipment, means carrying spare parts, and it needs good knowledge about the equipment and good support from our side as well, so that you know, if we know that equipment has had issues, then we can prepare for it. And I think that being prepared is something that we can work together with both you and from the office side. I mean, if we do have a technical failure, I think one thing just to touch on briefly is I personally think it's the way that we get judged collectively from our owners. So when we do have a technical issue, how do we deal with it? How do we resolve it? How quickly can we resolve it? What's our knowledge base like for resolving this particular fault? So I think we do get judged on that. I mean, we certainly do from the owner's side, but with good cooperation with you and the office, we can certainly resolve issues. And obviously the ultimate goal is to have no technical failures and our goal 0 can then be achieved. If we can move on, please, Karen. So how realistic is goal 0? Is it realistic? I think the only way to look at this is when you join your next ship, focus on you. How can you make that goal 0 happen? To achieve this, we certainly need continuous improvement, without any question. It's something that we strive for. It's not easy. No one says it's easy, but it's something with your help, for the way that we look to go about doing this, we can meet goal 0. And if we work to continuously improve what we do, we can certainly achieve that. What do we need? We need a motivated team on board. It's really important that we motivate everyone. It's so important when you're on board to have people well motivated, keep people motivated, and good feedback as well with the office. If you don't feel though you're getting support at any stage, or if you need more support, we're always here for you. So in terms of motivation, keep that going at sea, but also keep in close contact with your shore colleagues. And we'll give you support. We certainly need that from the owner's side. The owners need to buy into a goal 0. They need to be aware that, there could well be requirements for supplying additional spare parts. And certainly we need to buy into that from a management point of view. But between the owners, the managers, and from your side, we can certainly achieve a goal 0. I mean, any ideas that you can think of, obviously have a little think, and it's something that we can work on with you collectively to try to achieve this. So we'll be looking to you as well. I know Mike was touching on this in terms of the safety moment, in terms of looking to you for support. This is exactly what we need from you for goal 0, your support and your thoughts and feedback. If we can move on to the next slide, please, Karen. Okay, this is just a graph just showing safety performance and what we're ultimately trying to achieve to reduce incidents. So as time goes on, with improved engineering and technology, incidents can be driven down. With improved procedures and systems, they'll drop even further. And we are at a point now where we need to be looking at improving our behaviors on board in terms of our safety culture, and also how we go about minimizing any incidents or accidents. So if we can just move on, please, Karen. If we can just move on to the next slide, I'll come back to that later if we have time. So I'm just looking at the CRM model and what we actually mean by this. This is crew resource management, and it's really, really key to driving performance, driving performance excellence, which is something that we strive for. But why is a crew resource management model so important? But this is all about the team on board. This is all about you and what we're trying to achieve. So what do we need to be aware of as a team? This is quite key. So we need to be aware as a team about procedures that we need to follow. We need to be aware about our stress and our workload. So not only yourself, but your colleagues, the ratings that you're working with, the crew. We need to be aware of not only your stress, but their stress and their workload. We need to be aware of sleep in terms of hours and work and rest, and fatigue. We need to be aware of the culture on board in terms of safety, the operational atmosphere, how easy, how simple it is to report any issues. There should be an open environment for doing this. So that's to be encouraged. And communication, good communication as part of a team on board is absolutely key to good crew resource management. And this will drive performance excellence. Without any shadow of a doubt, this is absolutely key to driving excellence. It will improve situational awareness. It will help making better decisions, and ultimately it leads to a safer team and a safer ship. If we could move to the next slide, please. So crew resource management, it's a way of coordination of human resources. It's a way to stimulate teamwork rather than individual performance. So I always think of shipping, and I've always felt this ever since I was on board, and I'd say to the teams ashore and on board, shipping is a team game. It's not about individuals, it's working together as a team. And that's something that we need to focus on more. I think if we did that more, definitely as part of our strive for excellence, that will definitely help. So it's something just to try to take away, and something we can always reflect on and learn on. If we can just move on, please, Karen. We have a crew resource management. It's about creating a culture. We need to understand how the team is made to be effective, and it also helps save lives. If we can move on, please, Karen. So yeah, thank you. That's the end of my particular section. I think I've hit the time okay. So yeah, if there's any questions, then we're happy to answer them.
Yeah, thank you, Justin. Thank you for sharing that vision for 2022, which is Goal Zero. And, you know, of course, you've mentioned that it wouldn't be possible without everyone's help. Like, it should be, this will be driven by the onboard team. So if anyone does have any questions for Justin with, you know, the vision of Goal Zero, please just type it in. We have the chat box for that. If you want to ask Justin live, we have, you know, the next 10 minutes to do so. You can raise your hand and unmute yourselves, and Justin will be here to like address those concerns. Yeah.
I think just one thing to add on that for the Q&A. It's obviously we've got Rishi and Mike were part of this particular session, so that equally applies, I think, to any one of us. So if there was any points that you wanted to raise, then I think yeah, we're here to answer any issues.
Right. Yeah. So maybe Justin, let's just give them a minute or two. They might
sure.
be typing away their inquiries. While that's happening, I just wanted to also mention that the slides for today will be shared to your respective emails. I think that's an area which every one of you might be asking, because I think I saw one of our officers on video earlier, like taking a snapshot of the stats that Justin was sharing. So we will be sharing the slides so that, you know, you guys have a copy of this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I did see that there was
yeah.
pictures being taken, but yeah, of course, I think any part of this, any part of the presentations, of course, we will share that.
Yeah. Okay, I'm not seeing any question in the chat box just yet. Let me check maybe if there's anyone raising their hands.
Okay.
Okay, I don't see anyone. You can access the raise hand button through the reactions at the bottom of your screen if you're using a laptop, right? there's a raise hand there, and then we'll just unmute you so you can ask away. Okay. Yeah, complete silence. I'll take it that Justin's presentation was well understood. No query, no concerns whatsoever.
Can I just say a word? Can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, Andy.
Yeah, no, just yeah. I'm Andy Hailu. I'm from Bishop CK here. I'm the operations director from sunny Glasgow. The sun is just coming out at the moment, so yeah, it's good to see we have a lot of participation, and that's good. And we'd like to thank you for taking your time to participate and attend this seminar. But we also need some of your feedbacks, because this is not about we putting slides and it's one directional communication. So we would like you to participate. Any questions, anything to do with your experience on board your ships, or any matter you'd like to discuss, please?
Yeah, we
Thank you.
have Yuri raising his hand. Okay.
Good.
Yeah. Hi, Yuri. Yeah.
Hello to everyone. I have no any concerns regarding the safety culture and so on. However, I would like to ask about improvement of classification society's involvement in some aspects, safety aspects of our ships, because you know, we're almost well educated and know not everything but a lot about ships and our job. However, sometimes we need to know classification rules for some things. I just give you some examples. So my vessel, one time, US Coast Guard raised deficiency about cable penetrations between decks in the cable trunk. So I understand some of homemade penetrations while cable laying for computers and so on were done, let's say, unsafe. But when classification inspector came on board, as requested by US Coast Guard, he found some of penetrations missed during building. So some decks and bulkheads with fire class A60 penetrations were not filled with fireproof material. Let's say some of them were filled with some material without any evidence of the class of this material. And this is something, you know, beyond our experience sometimes. And I understand that during annual class inspections, it's impossible when just one class inspector come on board to find everything. But at least 5-year dry dock or intermediate, maybe ask the class to inspect, let's say, more properly our vessels.
I agree. Yuri, that's an excellent point you've raised here. Yeah, let me take it one by one. First, it's in terms of the classification rules, we don't want to burden you with those because the document by itself is so big Even any expert can get lost in it. So the best way to approach it is, for example, the vessel superintendent, the fleet superintendent, and yourselves, if there are areas, for example, of concern or where you lack information, knowledge in those areas, you can highlight, and we can provide information on those particular areas. But the point you have raised, maybe it's related to the recent incident we had, but we've been having, for example, similar kind of situations for quite some time over the years, as you know, yes, especially penetrations through bulkheads, Class A bulkheads and so on, especially on dry vessels. On oil tankers, you can't get away with it because everybody's opening his eyes on them. And so yes, I mean, we have to work together with classification societies, especially in dry docks. When the dry dock are carrying out these jobs, you know yourself, it's extremely difficult to go and, of course, making sure that every task is carried out as per. So one of the ways of doing it is when I was in the offshore industry, we used to audit our dry docks. And we ensure their safety culture and so on and so forth. But when we do third-party ship management, it's extremely difficult to really audit so many different dry docks and tell them, you know, what needs to be done. So from our side and together with yourselves, I think the future approach is highlight to us the concerns you have, and then we get back to you with the information you require. And at the time also, when annual surveys are carried out or in dry docks, we just need to ensure that our classification colleagues, you know, do their jobs and they support us. Does that give you some comfort or answer the question?
Yeah, but maybe some kind of my proposition is, so you know even better than me, that we used to receive a lot of safety bulletins to read and discuss on the vessels after some incidents or deficiencies, some vetting inspections update, and so on and so on.
Yeah.
However, you know, something like once a year we received for something, discuss with crew and sometimes forget. If we make something like cumulative checklist of everything, which would be updated regularly.
Okay, I understand where you're coming from. Yeah, I think what you're saying is we track our fleet letters and any bulletins that, for example, we have to get rid of the old ones which are not relevant, and then we look at the fresh ones and see, yes, the status of that. That's a good idea. We will see into that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I understand that the quantity of questions will grow, but
that's right.
Anyway, this will help a lot.
I agree with you. Thanks. And I think we ran out of time for the next one.
Yeah.
For the next session. Yeah. Excellent. Yeah. Well, just this is a good interaction. We expect this hopefully to happen through the day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Yuri.
Thank you, Jen. So I think if there's any more concerns, just put it in the chat box. We have a few Q&A sessions spread out throughout the whole session. So just put that in, and then we'll make sure to address those during those sessions. So yeah, I think it up next is like a coffee break or a stretch break. We are 2 minutes over, so I would suggest, I hope it's okay with everyone, just 13 minutes instead of 15, so that we adhere to the timings, we start on time. Yeah, just 13 minutes, and then we'll start again. We have Mike Bradshaw, which is our head of HSEQ, again talking about what HSSE excellence means in practice, and I think that's a good follow-up to this discussion. So yeah, just 13 minutes. Let's see each other in a few minutes. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. Welcome back to today's seminar. Hope all of you already refreshed, stretch your legs, and had another cup of coffee. My name is Captain Vitaly Kamenoy. I'm a training superintendent, quality manager from Vyship Ukraine Training Center, and will facilitate today's seminar further on. I'm very glad to see a lot of you on today's session, especially with a lot of you I was working previously on the same fleet. So my best wishes and warmest welcome to Captain Yuri Musienko, the guys I know very well, Captain Maxim Shestakov, Chief Engineers Yuri Yuhimenko, Andrei Kanavin, Andrei Loboda, and best special warmest thanks and wishes to the Captain Alexander Bashkov, who I consider being one of my teachers on that fleet. Welcome to this seminar. And I'm also delighted to welcome back our head of global head of HCQ department, Mike Bradshaw, with his next presentation on what the health, safety, security, environmental excellence mean in the practice, followed by the environmental compliance. Also, I would like to remind everyone to prepare your questions. You may leave your question in the question box or in the chat, or be ready to raise your hand after the environmental compliance presentation. We will we allocate 10 minutes for your questions and answers. Okay, Mike, now it's over to you. Welcome.
Thank you, Vitaly, and welcome back, everybody. If we can just move into the presentation, please, Karen. Thank you. Okay, so this next session, we're going to really build upon what we talked about in the safety moment today. By coincidence, because what we're going to talk about is a fairly standard structure that we are talking about at our crew conferences. But let's address some of these questions that are in the room. Why are we here today? So we are all seafarers. All of us are seafarers, have been, are seafarers, and we know that operationally we face challenges within our fleet today. It's a fact of our industry, and specifically to this fleet, that we are often working in a hazardous environment with hazardous cargo, and we're operating heavy and complex equipment both in the engine room and on deck. As Justin was mentioning earlier, we have had a lot of success, and we're going to build upon that success over the next 20 minutes, but also reflect back on where we need to improve and where we need your help. We know in our safety record that it, as Justin said again, that it's relatively strong, it's positive, but we have had areas where we've suffered loss of colleagues, and we all know that no one sets out to deliberately have an accident. No one sets out to hurt themselves or their colleagues. And we just need to really tap into why that is still happening within our fleet, and how we will get to zero, as Justin was talking about prior to the coffee break. Leadership and behavior underpins everything that we do in terms of safety. It builds trust, it builds relationships, it leads to good decision making, and that is where we need your help. If we can just move on, please, Karen. So I'm not going to bore you too much with the graphs, because a lot of this we've already covered, but as a whole, the incident rate for Boston Fleet has improved 2020 against last year. We have seen a number of crew accidents and injuries happening in the fleet increasing, both in terms of minor injuries and also more serious lost time injuries. And that's something that you can see from 2019 and 2020, this fleet didn't have any lost time injuries. So we just need to refocus and recommit to best practices in the year ahead and beyond. Next slide, please, Karen. But the statistics are simply that. You can interpret them in any way, shape, or form that you like. What we do know is that behind the graphs, there's real stories, real lives, real families, and real tragedy behind it. In 2018, many of you will remember, because I noticed that most of you have been with us 5 years or more, but in 2018, we lost 2 colleagues in an enclosed space entry accident. Young guys, experienced guys, both married, both with young families. They lost their lives because procedures were not followed around enclosed space entry. Shortcuts were taken and mistakes were made. Next slide, please, Karen. In 2021, we lost our colleague Ranveer Singh, disembarking a tanker at Singapore Anchorage. The weather at Singapore Anchorage on the day was choppy, and Ranveer was the second person down the accommodation ladder that day. The chief officer who disembarked just before him knew that it was really difficult to get into that launch. He thought about stopping the job, stop work authority, but he didn't. Ranveer pushed on. He had a backpack on. He wasn't wearing a life jacket. He was wearing a COVID mask. And on the bottom platform of the accommodation ladder, with another choppy wave striking the bottom platform, he fell into the water. With his backpack on and no life jacket, he very quickly fell beneath the surface of the water and drowned. Our procedures are that life jackets have to be worn. We encourage our colleagues that if something's unsafe, to stop work. From the office side, there was failings as well. There was no risk assessment in place for this vessel. This vessel had actually left management the day before, and these colleagues were going either home or to another vessel. But the risk assessment didn't include that. Number of failings made, but underlying processes not followed, risk assessment not done, safety culture poor. Next slide, please, Karen. A short time after the May incident, we lost our colleague Fernando, third officer, young, with a young family, first contract with V-Ships. He died in a lifeboat incident that happened off Indonesia. Routine boat drill. They put the boat in the water for a routine drill with 6 people in the boat. Far too many people in the boat for a routine drill. They didn't use fall preventer devices. The person that was in command of the boat that day had recently been promoted from cadet to 4th officer and had never taken control of a lifeboat in action before. So when it came to reconnecting the lifeboat, the 4th officer didn't know what to do. So the 3rd officer, our colleague Fernando, climbed down the side of the vessel on the embarkation ladder onto the lifeboat to connect the fall preventer devices. He didn't do it correctly. And the boat was lifted out of the water with 7 people in the boat. The forward hook was connected properly and the fall preventer device, as you can see in the photograph, was connected. But the aft hook wasn't engaged properly. And when the master link fell out of the hook pelican, the boat swung, tore the fall preventer device out, and tore the front hook out of the boat, and 7 people in the boat fell 10 meters to the surface below. Fernando drowned as a result of that incident. Procedures were not followed, risk assessments were not done, no appreciation of the lack of experience, and far too many people in the lifeboat. So again, you can see the common threads. Next slide, please, Karen. I'm hoping you're understanding the connection from what I've just talked about and the safety moment this morning, that risk awareness, management commitment, and safety vigilance are what keeps people safe. Justin talked a lot in his presentation earlier about port state control, and one of the reasons why we use port state control data is as a leading indicator of what might be going wrong in the fleet. And if we see trends increasing in lifeboat safety or fire safety, we know that something's going wrong in that area on board our ships and on board and through our inspections from shore. What concerns me today is that looking at the Boston data, there's been a significant increase in the port state control inspections from 2019, 2020, and 2021. That's a leading indicator of things that we need to pay attention to. Next slide, please, Karen. And if we look at the data for the wider group, because the data for Boston is still relatively small to build trends, we can see across the wider group that safety and lifeboats feature very strongly in our top 5 deficiencies for port state control for both last year and the year before. So could we have seen this coming? Maybe. And we'll come to what we do, how your near miss reports are so important. But the top 5 PSC defects for the group is safety, lifeboats, firefighting, and auxiliary engines. So there's a little bit in those graphs for everybody that's on this call. Next slide, please, Karen. So how do we increase our vigilance on board? Well, we're going to come to the cultural aspects in a moment, but the senior officers on this call today, we need you to do your onboard self-assessments and your onboard checks and balances really robustly. Don't assume just because it's always been like that on board that the company are aware. Write down everything that you see, and let's act on everything that is present in our inspections. Don't take it upon your own shoulders. Spread the load amongst the junior officers, because this is how we will improve the safety vigilance of our junior officers as they prepare to take over senior officer roles. And learn from incidents. Really take the bulletins that we send on accidents, incidents, on port state control. Take them as a learning opportunity to make sure that this scenario will never happen on my ship. Never ever, when you're doing inspections, never ever be afraid to report problems or bad news. Many of you are back to back on the same vessels. You go round and round the same vessels for years. And this can lead to what's called risk normalization. It's always been like that. The company must know about it. Maybe they don't. While you have been going back to back on your vessels for years, maybe people ashore have changed. You don't know. So always report everything that you see and never be afraid to report bad news. Next slide, please, Karen. Culture. We've talked a lot about culture, and I think every one of us understands what good looks like. But let's have a quick look at what destroys culture, both in the office and on board your ship. First, the most obvious one is when the company, the fleet sail, or the ship starts putting commercial priorities before safety. We heard that in the feedback from one of our colleagues just before the coffee break, that changes had been made on board, maybe on the cheap, with low cost, lack of supervision. So always put safety before profit. As soon as you, as a leader, start putting commercial reasoning before safety, You're destroying the culture on board and in the office. Fear. I've talked a lot about this. Never ever be afraid to report bad news. If we go back to the fatalities in the enclosed space that I mentioned a few moments ago, on that vessel, there was a culture of fear. The captain was seen as a tyrant. He was unapproachable. He was very aggressive. So people didn't report bad news. People lived in fear on that ship. And that is why rules were broken, unsafe situations unfolded, and mistakes were made. And that corresponds very closely to ineffective leadership. Every single one of you is a leader. The masters and the chief engineers on this call have command leadership responsibilities. But for all of you, how you respond and behave really matters. Demonstrate what good leadership looks like through the way that you talk, the way that you behave, the way that you respond, your body language. All of these things give over an awe of strong leadership. You don't have to shout to be heard. Non-compliance. Now, what do we mean by non-compliance? I mentioned earlier that you are at the sharp end of their business. You are where the work really gets done. Where I sit here, I'm at the blunt end of the business. I look at the performance, I look at procedures, but you are at the sharp end of the business. And quite often, the reality of what we design from the office is very different to the reality of how the procedures are followed on board. You may look at the procedures and say, that's not how we do things on here, that doesn't work. So the procedures get put to one side and unofficial procedures follow. We need to make sure that if the procedures are not fit for purpose, we change them. But the procedures must be followed. And the good news is that in the Boston fleet, in the safety climate assessment, you guys all told us that you believed that the procedures need to be followed. So let's make sure they're fit for purpose as well. Miscommunication. A lot of communication between the ship and the shore is by email. Sometimes it can be misunderstood. Sometimes the tone is not right. And we really need to get a good culture to bring people together, have Teams calls, Zoom calls like this between the ship and the shore, telephone calls. Spoken words are much more important for ensuring understanding and developing culture than emails. Emails is very, very bland, neutral, and can be very easily misunderstood. Competency failures. Okay, in the Boston fleet, we have a very high level of competency, very high level of experience, and that is a great strength for this fleet. In other areas where we're developing new offices and new fleets, sometimes we're bringing in seafarers from outside that don't understand our procedures, that don't understand our culture. And that's when, if we don't have the right training in place, we can get trouble. And finally, ignoring lessons learned. You'll have heard the phrase, a failure to learn. That's where companies have repeated accidents over and over again, and they never really get to the heart of the problem or fix it. Many companies are guilty of that, including very big companies. So it's an easy one to make if we're not paying attention to what's happening in the fleet and learning. Next slide, please, Karen. So key takeaways. Don't take shortcuts. You have an active role to play in setting the culture on board your ship and in your office. Your behavior under stress is hugely significant. And to build that culture, we all need a level of resilience, the ability to bounce back from bad news or adversity, or failure, and really grow and strive to succeed when it comes to culture. Next slide, please, Karen. So if we all have this positive mindset about building the culture on board our ship and our office, it will have huge benefits for safety, of course it will. But it also has business benefits. Good safety is good business. For those of you that were at the beginning, were with us at the beginning of the Safe Partners Initiative, that was one of the key messages, wasn't it? It was that good safety is good business, and that's the business driver to make safety our #1 priority. Keeping our colleagues safe builds trust, builds confidence, makes sure that all of our seafarers want to come back and work for us again, drives greater business continuity with our team and our colleagues. The key benefit for all of us on this call today is that good safety ensures that all of our colleagues go home to their families with all of their in the same good condition that they joined the ship, and that's the most important thing for us. Teamwork. Sometimes teamwork breaks down on board for all of the reasons that we've already talked about. But for you as leaders, try to bring everybody in. Bring everybody into the discussion on board. Make sure everyone has a voice. As leaders, make sure, and line managers, make sure we set aside the time to coach people and mentor people. The junior officers, you will be striving to be senior officers in the very near future. Make sure that you use our competence management systems and use the resources around you in the form of the senior officers to build those skills. And toolbox talks, I'm going to come into more detail in a moment. If we can just move on to the next slide, please, Karen. We talked about stop work authority earlier, and we're going to talk about it again in a moment. But more powerful than any of that is your start work authority. Prior to doing work on board the ship, it is your right to have a toolbox talk at the location where the work is to be done. That is the opportunity for the supervising officer to review the job safety analysis and risk assessment. It's a chance for everyone involved in the work to say, I'm not comfortable with this. I don't want to start this work until these controls are put in place. You should never start work that you're not comfortable with, that you feel is unsafe, that may lead to harm. A toolbox talk is not everyone standing in the ship's office and delegating tasks for the day. A toolbox talk is not everyone sitting in the engine room, control room with a cup of coffee, understanding with the planned maintenance sheets in your hand. A toolbox talk is done at the location or as close to the location where the work actually has to be done. Because only then can you see all of the other factors that are going to influence the safety of the job. Okay, it's so important that everyone understands what a toolbox talk is and what it is not. But as an individual, you have a right to receive a toolbox talk before starting any hazardous job on board the vessel. Next slide, please, Karen. So we've talked a lot about vigilance and reporting, and behind that is a very simple statement that every single one of us will make a mistake. Many of you will have made a mistake today. I know that I have. So we are human. We are not robots. We are good at adapting the way that we work to scenarios, but we're not good at repetitive tasks. We find it boring. We lose focus. We lose attention. So that's why even highly qualified, very experienced people make mistakes. And the atmosphere that's on board your ship has to take that into consideration. It has to feel that any one of you can stop the work of your colleague to your left or to your right at any time if you feel that the actions that they're taking or the situation is becoming unsafe. That is your duty, because the person next to you who's making that mistake is unaware of their actions. unaware of the dangers that are unfolding. And we need your eyes. And for the senior officers, you have to be receptive to any one of your colleagues stopping you from doing something unsafe. Again, how you respond when someone stops you or challenges you sets the tone. If you get that wrong, it will be the last time ever anyone intervenes on an unsafe situation that you're partaking in. So be mindful that how you respond could affect your own personal safety in the future. Next slide, please. So we've covered this already this morning, but just to reinforce, each and every single one of you, regardless of rank, regardless of experience, regardless of whether you're on the ship or in the office, have the power and the authority to stop work if it could cause harm. And we actively encourage it as a company. Next slide, please, Karen. Reporting needs trust. People need to know that if they report something or they intervene, they're not going to get shouted at, they're not going to get a bad appraisal, they're not going to get negative consequences for their salary or anything like that. It needs trust. And the only way that we can build trust on board our ships is through implementing a just culture on board the ship. That is not a no-blame culture. No-blame culture does not work. It does not work because everyone has to be accountable and responsible for their actions. A just culture sets out to make sure that when something goes wrong, there's a process to understanding what went wrong rather than who. Okay? And if there's a deliberate non-compliance and a deliberate malicious action that leads to an unsafe situation, of course there will be serious repercussions. But if people are making genuine errors, like we all do, then that is not a disciplinary matter. That is coaching, mentoring, learning, training, supporting. And it's not focusing just on bad news, it's focusing on good news. In a just culture, everything has to be balanced and fair. So we also, in a just culture, reward and recognize those colleagues that point out or raise the flag and are safety champions. We have to keep things open and honest and let everyone know that their reports have meaning and purpose and are very, very important to us. But it has to be built on trust. Next slide, please, Karen. So when we look at reporting, and Justin talked about setting targets, as a group, we have seen a steady increase in the number of reports coming in from the global fleet. Year-on-year improvement. If we look at the Boston fleet, then we can see a drop in the level of reporting. Now, that in isolation wouldn't necessarily be concerning too much. But if we remember the previous graph about the accidents increasing, that's when we really need to pay attention to the statistics and the graphs. We need your help. We need your help from the office. We need your help from the global team here, and we need your help from the leaders on board. We need to make sure that everyone within the Boston fleet understands that reporting is a good thing, and no one will shout and no one will blame for reporting bad news. We need to get on top of this. I'm generally not a believer in setting that we must have 5 reports from every ship every month, because I know that if we do that, then we'll just get garbage. A lot of ships will just make it up to meet the KPI. What we are trying to do is grow our reporting culture organically and through trust. And globally, it's working, but at the moment we need to focus on why Boston is decreasing. Next slide, please, Karen. Your just go to the next one again, please. Your reporting of leading events of unsafe acts, unsafe conditions, and near misses are important not only to V-Ships Boston or V Group, but also the wider shipping industry. Every month we take all of the reports from all of the vessels across our company and we put it into a system called HILO. HILO stands for High Impact Low Frequency Incidents. And it predicts, the system combines all of the different companies' leading events, and it combines all of the companies' incidents, and it works out where trends are forming across industry. So all of your near misses that you've raised last year, the year before, are in HILO. Okay, anonymous, no names, no ships, no companies, just what went wrong. And from that, for the V-Ships bulk carrier fleet, our top 3 risks of incident that could lead to fatality in our bulk carrier fleet is collision, asphyxiation, and fire. So if we look at collision, a large number of our near miss reports and our unsafe situation reports from our fleet is telling us that there's increased non-compliance with collision regulations. From your data, from your work, we are seeing an increase in near misses around compliance with enclosed space entry. Now, I've already shown you in this presentation that when we get this wrong, people do unfortunately die. And another increased risk of asphyxiation in our data is from potential fire in the engine room. And that is around hot surfaces, lagging, spray protection, and fuel leaks. And finally, another risk is fire in the accommodation, electrical equipment failure. And we've seen this a couple of times last year where people have been charging equipment in their cabin with overloaded plug sockets. Or in the past, we've seen people smoking in their cabins and leaving ashtrays unattended, violation of the smoking rules on board. So very much our risks are based around non-compliance with procedures and behaviours. But mainly the non-compliance is what's raising the risk levels for us. Next slide, please, Karen. If things go wrong on board the ship, equipment breaks, it's not your equipment, it's not your money. There's no benefit to not telling the company. If something fails on board the ship, we need you to tell us as quickly as possible. When you do that, the company, the V-Ships Boston team, are standing by to help you. It also helps us ashore manage all of the other stakeholders like port state, flag state, class, P&I, but we can only do that and we can only help you if we know about it. Please see operational reporting of problems on board as a means to taking the pressure off your shoulders and sharing it around the whole support team that exists ashore, both from in the owner's office and CSL and in the V-Ships Boston team. We only exist to support our team on board our ships. Next slide, please, Karen. So I may have gone at pace through this presentation, but I want to finish on a phrase that I have used an awful lot during the slides, both just now and during the safety moment. Every single one of you, every single one, is a safety leader. We all have responsibilities as safety leaders. But most importantly, as safety leaders, we create the culture. So culture is the shadow of the leader. How you behave, how you act, it can cast a shadow, and that shadow can be long. So please make sure that the way that you behave is in line with what we expect of our leaders at V-Ships and what will keep our people safe on board under your leadership, under your control, under your supervision. We will never remember year on year if we were under budget. We will never remember if we met our KPIs or not. But as safety leaders, we will always remember if one of our team has an accident or or is killed on our watch. So please take heed of what we've talked about just now, and I'll gladly take any questions now if anybody wants to raise any points. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. And just a kind reminder to the colleagues, please prepare your question, your comments, your observations, and we will have the question answer session just after the next presentation on the environmental compliance.
Okay, thanks, Vitaly. Okay, let's move on then. Change of subject, but risk awareness and compliance is again at the heart of everything we're going to talk about. So at V-Ships, we are committed to adopting and promoting the best practices in industry around environmental compliance. We have the ambition to be the leader in environmental and energy management, both at sea and ashore. A very bold statement that we try to live by. Next slide, please, Karen. So within our mission statement around environmental compliance, we have several areas where we're focusing on, and some of these are quite topical. Many of you will have read about it in industry news that we want to be decarbonizing deep sea shipping. We want to be complying with the most ambitious rules set out by IMO. We want to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from our fleet. We want to reduce waste and improve waste management on board all of our vessels. Maybe controversially, we want to eliminate single-use plastics and our reliance on board on plastic water bottles and plastic packaging with our purchasing. We want to get rid of that. And we want to make sure that our ships, when they reach the ends of their lives, are recycled properly and environmentally sound. But most of all, our day job, every one of us on this call's day job, is to prevent pollution. That is our environmental goal number one. Next slide, please, Karen. I have visibility on the group risk register for the group, and the number one risk to this business today, and it has remained so for a number of years, the number one risk to the business is environmental non-compliance. Many of your vessels are trading in and out of the US, and with that you will need no reminder that the US authorities have the highest, the toughest rules and laws around environmental compliance. And when something does, when they do find non-compliance, they will go for the highest ranking person in a company that they can tie to the violation of those environmental laws. And that person in the company doesn't need to even have any knowledge of the non-compliance or wrongdoing that took place. So in the US, the US Department of Justice will go after not only the officers on board and the crew on board, but they will go after people ashore in the office, the superintendent, the DPA, the managing director. They will go as high as they can possibly go because they want every company to have a corporate culture of compliance around environmental supervision. We are still seeing shipping companies in the US getting criminal prosecution Not just the seafarers on board, the companies. We're seeing managers and owners alike being charged. The jail sentences for seafarers are increasing. In some really high-profile cases recently, we have seen chief engineers and second engineers being charged with 30, 35 years in jail. And if we look at that as the reasons why, it's not for the pollution. The 20 years of that jail time is around falsification of records. Because in America, that is regarded as a federal offense, and the charge is lying to the US government. And we'll come back to that in more detail in a moment. But jail sentences are increasing. So for those of you on the call today, ask yourself just now, where do I see myself in 30, 35 years' time? Now, I'm middle-aged, and if in 30 years' time, I would be a very, very, very old guy. Some of you that are a senior in years, you need to ask, where would you be in 35 years' time? And what would the consequences of getting environmental compliance wrong be to you and your family? No one wants to spend the rest of their days on this earth in jail because of environmental non-compliance. And that is the risk. That is the risk, and it is real. Fines against company are also increasing. The current record fine at the moment is to Princess Cruises Group with 110 cruise ships. They got fined $40 million. $40 million. Now, V-Ships Boston, V-Ships Group, we don't have any fixed assets, okay, to sell to pay a $40 million fine. There is no insurance cover for fines for environmental non-compliance. And the fines that are imposed on companies are normally proportional to the size of the company. So Princess Cruises with 110 ships, $40 million. Imagine what the fine would look like for big companies such as V Group with 600 ships. So this is why it's our number one risk to business. We need your help here on compliance. We are one of the few managers that to date have not been charged with any violations by the US Department of Justice. Several of our other managers have been prosecuted. Tomei Ship Management, Columbia Ship Management have all been charged or been caught for environmental non-compliance. We have not, because we push this strong culture of environmental compliance through every corner of our business. But that doesn't mean to say we haven't had near misses. We have had near misses. And it comes back to this operational reporting point I mentioned in the previous presentation. Technical issues happening on board the vessel. Leaks, leaking seals, not reported to the office, but managed on board. There's also a strong lack of understanding in these cases on the definition of oily water. And for your clarity, any water that comes out of any source in the engine room that lands on the floor in the room of the main propulsion or the steering gear compartment is regarded as oily water. Okay, it doesn't matter if it's fresh water that you've spilled. You might be in your water bottle that you were drinking from a moment ago. It doesn't matter. Okay, you have to treat it as per MARPOL. Okay, and this is where people have been misguided, thinking it's clean water, it's fresh water, the engine room was recently cleaned and painted. No, that's not what the rule says. Next slide, please, Karen. So The biggest offence, the biggest violation in the eyes of the US Department of Justice is generally not the pollution offence. That usually gets the chief engineer or a second engineer or captain 6 years of jail time. The big one that racks up a lot of years, 20 years plus, is the falsification of records, because you are seen to be obstructing justice and lying to the US government. So if you hand over an oil record book to a US Coast Guard Port State Control Inspector that you know is wrong, then you have committed a federal offence and you could go to jail for 20 years. It's important that if you make a mistake in the oil record book, that you correct it as per our procedures for correcting mistakes in the oil record book. As I said, we are human, we make mistakes, every single one of us. There's nothing wrong with making a mistake and correcting it. But if you deliberately hand over a record book to a US official and you know there are deliberate errors in it, you're going to be in trouble. The company will be in trouble. This doesn't just apply to an oil record book. It could be any record. It could be your deck logbook, your engine logbook, your VGP records, your garbage record book. Anything that you hand over you know is deliberately wrong, you're committing a federal offence. So this is why accurate record keeping is critical. It really is going to keep you safe and out of jail. Next slide, please, Karen. So I just want to have a look at a very quick case study. This happened, okay? This actually happened. And this, what I have on the slide here, are extracts from the investigation report. So in June 2020, the superintendent attended one of their vessels, and they were, as always, testing the oily water separator system. And during the test, the oil content meter just kept high alarm, and tripping the system. And the superintendent was quite confused by what was going wrong, couldn't understand why this was happening. But the crew knew. The crew knew there was a problem with the oil content meter, and the crew knew there was issues. And they had deliberately not reported it to the office. To get the oily water separator system working, they were pushing seawater into the suction pipe of the oily water separator system to help dilute the liquids flowing through the system. To be clear, they were not pushing water into the sensor, they were pushing it, they were really diluting the inlet of the system. But as the engineers will know, the pump has a set capacity, and all of the oil record book entries were based on the pump capacity pumping this volume of water through the system. But that wasn't the reality of what was actually leaving the bilges, because we were pumping seawater in as well. So all of the oil record book entries for using the system were wrong. Okay, for weeks. And just so you're aware, if you are caught with falsification of records, the fines imposed on the vessel are in excess of $25,000 per violation per day. So this non-compliance had been going on for weeks, and it had been going on every single time they had to use the oily water separator. A huge risk to the ship, the crew, and the company. What were the critical factors behind this? Well, in December, so 7 months before this incident, there was a new oily water separator system installed on the vessel. Okay. The observed malfunctions of the new oily water separator system and the oil content meter was not being reported to the office. And we know that the oily water separator system was being used through dilution methods, and there was no control over the oil record book entries. When we investigated it and sent the sensors to the laboratory for analysis, you could take a sample from this oily water separator system into a glass and the water would look clear. But if you left that glass to sit for several hours, the water would turn black. And the reason for that was that the sensor was heavily contaminated with sewage bacteria. So then we started to investigate further and we realized that in the weeks before, the crew had had a sewage spill into the bilges of the engine room. They hadn't reported it. Obviously mistakes were made, but people didn't want to admit they'd made mistakes and no one reported the spill. They managed it on board. That bacteria, that sewage was dragged into the oil water separator system and the system rendered ineffective. Problems were hidden. Reporting wasn't done. And we need to ask ourselves why. From what you have just heard of this case, you think why, and maybe we can capture this in the Q&A after. Why are issues on board not reported to the company? Next slide, please, Karen. So as I wrap up this piece, what we need from each and every one of you is we need all of you to follow the rules. That's first and foremost. We need everyone with responsibilities for record keeping, regardless of what record it is, to make sure that the records made on board the ship are accurate at all times. If you make a mistake in your record keeping, correct it. Report any problems on board your ship to the office. Do not hide it. Do not try to manage it. It will only escalate. Let us help you. Implement the controls that we have in place today. Our SEAL program, our portable pump register, our compliance inspections. These are all processes that we've designed to show the world, the port authorities, the US Coast Guard, that we care about environmental compliance, and complying with these controls will help keep you and everyone else out of jail and out of the news. Environmental rules are changing all the time. There's a lot of new rules coming. So maintain your knowledge and awareness. Make sure that you're up to date with your environmental record keeping training. Make sure that you're up to date with all of the new legislation that's coming into our business over the next 2 to 5 years' time. And finally, if you see something going wrong, report it to your supervisor, whether that supervisor is on board or whether it's the superintendent in the office. If something's going wrong, tell us. If you do not feel that you can report it to your supervisor, your line manager, your shore superintendent, then use our Speak Up hotline. Messages that get sent to the Speak Up hotline come directly to Glasgow, to my team, and I read them. So if something's going wrong and you don't have the trust or confidence to report it, normally you can use the Speak Up program and our central team will deal with it. Next slide, please, Karen. So to recap, while the USA has the most aggressive law enforcement around environmental controls, at V-Ships, we don't tolerate non-compliance anywhere in the world. It doesn't matter whether your vessel's in the US, West Africa, in China, it doesn't matter. Environmental compliance must be 100%. If you get this wrong, if we get this wrong, it will result in the company being fined. It will result in individuals going to jail, and it will result in our company reputation being destroyed. The actions of one person in our organization can ruin all of this good work that we've built up over the years and our good company reputation for environmental compliance. So to conclude, we need your support and your commitment to environmental compliance. Thank you, Vitaly.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you very much for very important presentation. We all understand that safety and environmental issues might have a significant impact on the business and might have significant losses, especially some of them related to human life and reputation might not be recovered. We're a little bit behind the schedule, but anyway, I would like to ask our colleagues, seafaring colleagues today, probably someone might have a question because no one raised the question in the chat box. Maybe someone has a question, just raise your hands. If not, then we'll move forward with the next presentation. Any question, gentlemen, colleague? Okay, yes, Captain Alexander, you raised the hand. Karen, can you please unmute Captain Alexander? Captain Alexander Bashkov, can you please switch on your microphone and just speak?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay, I just want to give some comments, not questions, but some comments on the procedure Stop the Job. Actually, suggestion is how to promote this important procedure. Sometimes ratings and junior officers, they understand incorrectly importance of this procedure. For example, they think if they will stop the job, that might be they will be understand like they simply don't want to do this job. On the meetings, on the safety meetings, they need to be explained why it is important and how it should be. Like, for example, if rating sees that fourth engineer trying hard to remove failed or leaking gasket, trying hard cannot, and then before he take a big hammer and hits this pipe and hot water run, for example, or oil run, then better to stop the job, think what to do, what actions can be taken, and maybe need some more manpower or advice and find the safe way to do the job. Then they will understand they can save, they can help to avoid people be injured or even save the life. That's just how I'm trying to explain the crew what means stop the job. Examples can be different, dozens of examples can be found, but better to give them examples and they understand how important to follow this procedure.
Alexander, that's a great point. And this is, again, another opportunity in the toolbox talk for the supervising officer to really stress the importance, but also the context of it. We don't want people, like you say, we don't want people misusing the Stop Work Authority just to get out of doing something difficult. Yes. It's not to be misused. And when it starts to get misused, it loses its value and its power. But if you have that toolbox talk at the work site before the work starts, and give everybody the opportunity to make suggestion, then after you say, okay, we're all in agreement, let's continue, then the Stop Work Authority after that is empowered and everybody understands why. It's very interesting where the Stop Work Authority came from. The Stop Work Authority came from car manufacturing in Japan, and Toyota, the company, Toyota company, had a production line, and they were having so many business failures, so many cars coming off the production line that they couldn't understand why this was happening. So what they did was that they had lots and lots of stop buttons on the factory floor, and every single person was empowered to push the button if they saw a manufacturing component not being produced right. And what happened was that almost overnight they revolutionized car manufacturing, because nearly all of the cars that were coming off the end of the line were 100% correct. So in safety terms, that's what we're hoping to do. We're hoping that everyone has the mental stop button in their heads to say, I'm not happy with this, so that 100% of people completing the task remain uninjured. And it's about, as a leader, it's about building that context. Why is it important? It's to keep you safe, but also to keep that guy safe, and the other guy, and the ship. So it's about messaging and building the context of why it's important. And Alexander, you've summed it up very, very well. So thank you.
Yes, it's just to add a few words. We have on our self-unloader pull cords running along the conveyors, and also we explain to crew, if you see something wrong, pull the cord. Don't think consequences. You see something wrong, pull the cord, and later we will find what was wrong. Don't blame the people, just explain them. Do it, stop the job, or pull the cord.
Perfect. And I'm not familiar with the SUL setup, and I'm really, really interested to hear about that. That's fantastic. So thank you.
You're welcome. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Captain Alexander. Thank you very much, Mike. And we are going to the next presentation. I would like to introduce Sajival Khan, vetting manager from the V-Ship UK, with his briefing on how to prepare the vessel for the third-party inspection. You're welcome.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank everyone and the organizers to give me this opportunity to speak to everyone, but the seafarers. I've been a seafarer myself for a long time, so obviously we all have that love and affection for seafarers. So it's always good to speak to you all. Just a brief introduction. To start with, I worked on bulk carriers and general cargo ships until the rank of chief officer. Then I had to go towards tanker side, and I had to go down on the rank and join the tanker company as a second officer, and then sailed up to the master's rank, and then V-Ships UK spent some time in the commercial department for about 1.5 to 2 years. So I have some commercial background. So I think I will be starting this discussion or talk with commercially how we the vessels are managed commercially, and how the chartering is done, etc. And then try and connect it with the third-party inspections. So presently, I'm working as a vetting manager. So this is basically this slide is good. I would like to talk about this slide and then go further. So what you all are seeing here is a page from the website of RightShip. And I would like to first introduce a little bit and talk about RightShip to start with, so that you all can understand what is the importance of this company and what they do, and how it is connected with third-party inspections, so that you could then understand the importance of third-party inspections before we go and talk about how the vessels are to be prepared, or how we as a company to be prepared for third-party inspections. So this is the safety score of one of our ships, which I thought I can use here and start my talk while showing you all what does this mean, especially for the ship staff, because people who are working in the office, they are familiar with what RightShip is and what they do, and why this company is so important when it comes to bulk carriers. Okay, they are important for the tankers also, but they are more into bulk carriers. They've recently entered into the tanker market. So see, if someone is a charterer, sitting in Indonesia, for example, and they are looking for a bulk carrier to charter their cargo of tapioca or whatever from Indonesia to Antwerp. And there will be like 5 or 10 bulk carriers available in the area who one of them can be chartered and carry that cargo from Indonesia to Antwerp. And now, how are they going to select one best vessel among all those 8 or 10 that are available in the area or available in the market? Most of the times, what they would do, they will go to this company, RightShip, and ask RightShip about the performance of those or the one that they would really want to use, depending upon the freight and other things. So they will be presenting a ship's name to RightShip and saying, RightShip, can you please tell us what is the safety score of this ship? Now, this vessel, for example, if this vessel was in the area, the one that you are seeing now on your screen, and the charters have asked RightShip to the performance of this ship, what the RightShip would do is they will go back to the charters with a fee. They will charge some fee. That's their business. Charge some fee, and they'll go back to the charters and say, here is this ship's performance. The performance of this ship is safety score 5 out of 5. The charters would most likely just take the ship. Your ship is hired for this cargo of tapioca from Indonesia to Antwerp. So it is extremely important for a bulk carrier, and same goes for the tanker, but today we are talking about bulk vessels. So it is extremely important for a bulk carrier to score the max, to maintain the maximum possible score of 5 out of 5. Now, what third-party inspections are doing to this score? If a bulk carrier has a clean port state control record, excellent, that will contribute into the safety score. If a bulk carrier has a clean record of terminal inspections, for example, or there are no complaints from the terminals in the past, the vessel did not have an incident in the past, things like these, or not having a breakdown at a certain terminal, etc. And the RightShip system has all the positives for that ship, then the score would be 5 out of 5. And this is what we want for all our bulk carriers. As previously Justin said that, the zero goal. Well, for a bulk carrier, the safety score of 5 out of 5 is another goal that we can set for ourselves. So it is basically for the seafarers who are listening to me, the masters, chief engineers, officers, junior officers. It is for you to know that the RightShip is an organization where the charterers are going and asking questions about your ships. And if your ships are good at safety score, that means that your ship will be performing well on the commercial side. And at the end of the day, it is important for all of us that our ships should perform commercially. They earn more freight. The owners are happy. We are ship managers. Our job is to keep the owners happy. And owners will only be happy if their ships are getting cargo, if their ships are employed, if their ships are getting business. Because business makes money, they make money. We are ship managers, they give us the money, and we pay our salaries. Ship staff salary and the office staff salary comes from the management fee, which the owners give us. And we want those owners to be happy. More happy owners means more ships. We will become bigger and bigger, we will grow further and further and further, because with a goodwill, if our existing owners are happy, they will spread a good word for us and we'll get more ships. Okay, so can we go to the next? Hold on. Port state control, terminal inspection, and RightShip inspection. These are the 3 inspections which are extremely important for bulk carriers. Okay, can we go to the next slide, please? Right. So, these inspectors, when they are coming on board, what are they looking for? What is the inspector is looking during the inspection? They are looking that, the vessel is properly managed, ship staff is doing great job. This is what inspector would like to see, and they would like to see that the vessel is manned by a competent crew, and the machinery and everything else is properly managed. And at the end, they would like to see that vessel has a well-established safety management system. So these are the few things that the inspector would look for. Now, to manage these third-party inspections and to prepare these third-party inspections, we'll have to see who needs to do what. So we can talk about masters and chief engineers role, at the same time the marine and fleet superintendent's role. These are the 4 key people: master, chief engineer, marine and fleet superintendent. They all get together and prepare a ship for any third-party inspection. Now, we have a tool available in ShipSure, which is master's self-assessment. So any inspection that we are going to do, which we were in, for example, if you are informed by the office that there is a right ship inspection going to happen in a week's time or 2 weeks' time, what you can do is you can start with master self-assessment, and for any port state control inspection, our form MAR 11, which was earlier in the morning mentioned by Justin also. So we can use MAR 11, which is a very good detailed checklist form to prepare ourselves for PSC inspections. Down below, you can see a mention of EMSA forms 18 and 19 and flag dispensation. So the point is that when we are doing this self-assessment, or even if without self-assessment, if we are aware that there is a defect on the ship, for example, one of the radar is not working. So what we need to do is we need to look into it, and we need to work on the risk assessment, and we need to, the master must inform the superintendent, and then discussion takes place in the office, and we have to have a flag class dispensation about it. So what we are doing, first of all, if you have an equipment failure on the ship, your radar is failed, don't keep it to yourself. As Mike said earlier, that share your responsibility with your superintendent. So report any defect you have, report to the office, and then the office will have a discussion and they will decide, and they'll go to the flag to get the dispensation. Now, if you have a flag dispensation available on the ship, and you have reported the same defect to the port state control or port authorities, then you will be treated differently, because you have been open about this defect. You have reported. So the importance of reporting a defect to the office and to the port authority. So I've used here the EMSA example. They have forms 18 and 19, EMSA 18, EMSA, and they are available on their website. So what we need to do is, if there is a defect, for example, one of the radar is not working, so then we will have to complete this form and submit to EMSA. Sometimes it is submitted via agents, etc. So then now we are taking a ship to one of the Australian ports where we have a defect, but then the actual EMSA, Australian Maritime Safety Authority, is already aware of it. So we are open and transparent about it. Next slide, please. Again, I would like to talk about EMSA. I'm using that as an example because they are one of the most, one of the toughest port state control authorities that you can have. So, 6 out of 10 times, if you are going to Australia, your ship will be visited by their port state control. These inspectors, they are quite tough, and they would like to look at the hull of the ship when they're coming up the gangway, look at how the gangway is rigged, how the safety nets are rigged, and they are quite particular about hours of work and rest. So you need to be 100% sure that your work rest hours are recorded properly, and you are within the regulations. And if you're not, and as Mike said earlier, that if you're not, please report this to your superintendent, so that if there are any extra resources to be provided, or solution can be given by the management office. So again, the inspectors will be cross-checking your records. When you have these work rest hour records, they will be cross-checking it via the cargo log books and bunkering oil record books. They can open up a oil record book that the bunker was taken on the night of, say, 6th of January, and then they will see whether the chief engineer has recorded that as a work hour or not. So, they can compare and they can find out. So you have to be accurate in recording your work rest hours and plan in such a way that you are within the regulations. Next slide, please. Right. So port state control inspection detentions. Again, if you have good results on port state control inspections, all the feed of a port state control inspection goes to RightShip. And more important is that for the superintendents, I would like to say that if there is a port state control inspection where there is a zero observation, please pass this information to RightShip so that it goes as a positive for that particular ship. If there is a deficiency, for example, with 1 or 2 observations, then you have to work out the root cause analysis and corrective preventive action and send that report to RightShip so that the RightShip can then put that into their system, and then they will not reduce the safety scores. This is something for the superintendents and for the ship staff also. Try your best to have a zero observation on the port state control inspections. But if there are 1 or 2 deficiencies, then make sure that those are closed properly and a draft response from the ship side goes to the superintendent so that superintendent can at the end submit that report to RightShip. All right. So a couple of detentions that I would like to talk about here, which I've used as examples. So in Australia, one of our ships went there, and as you can see, the detention code on the Port State Control Form B is code 30. So this vessel went to Australia, and the rescue port engine defective, no cooling water. So the detail is basically that the impeller was defective, and the rescue boat engine could not be started because the unavailability of the cooling water. So the other problem was that the spare was not on board. So because the spares were not on board, so the boat engine couldn't get to working stage soon enough. So they had to detain the ship. So that's one example. The second example is as you can see, emergency fire pump priming unit was not connected, was not available. So if the priming unit is not available, emergency fire pump may not take action. So that means you do not have the emergency fire pump available. So it's a legitimate ground for detention. So they detain this ship. So just a couple of examples. There are many other things which can be used to detain a vessel, but these are the couple of examples to give you an idea of what other similar issues can be used for these port state control inspectors to detain ships. And a detention for a ship is an extremely bad event. Let me give you the example of tankers. We in V-Ships UK recently in September last year, we had a vessel detained in France. So the ship can be detained anywhere. I'm just using the example of, and by the way, this one was Canada, and this vessel was in Australia. So recently, a tanker was detained in Fos, France, and BP does not want to touch that ship for 6 months. They do not have anything to do. They don't want to give any cargo to that particular ship for 6 months. I'm talking about tanker here and therefore BP. After 6 months, we have to have a BP inspection to get that vessel eligible for BP business. So that's how the detentions are looked at. So point is, if any vessel is detained, a bulk carrier or a tanker, that vessel will be looked at by charterers not very nicely. That vessel will suffer for employment. So less money, owner's not happy, and no one's happy. If owner is not happy, we're all not happy. Okay, next slide, please. So again, there is something about the RightShip scoring system. So how do they score? I mean, I think I've said enough about the scoring and the data. What I've done actually, I've just taken all this from the RightShip website. So I would suggest ship staff, you are at home, you have some free time available, go on Google and search for RightShip inspections or RightShip as a company, what they do. You will learn quite a lot. So I've just taken this information and I'll just read to you for you to understand that from where they get this information. So it says here, where does RightShip get its incident data from and what incidents are captured? RightShip receives incident information from our data providers, the largest of which is IHS, also entered by our vetting team. So basically, if there is an incident and it comes on the Lloyd register, one of the newspapers, that the maritime newspaper that Lloyd's maintain, if it comes in that, the RightShip will find out and it will go into the vessel's records. CPSC inspection results, terminal inspections, complaints. So if you are going at the terminal, try your best to perform 100%, which you always do. I've been a seafarer, so we all do our best, but having this knowledge and information, you need to be a little bit more careful that these terminals, for example, if there are unnecessary delays in the cargo, or even with some sort of defect that the crane has, and there was a long delay, there is a possibility that that delay and that sort of below par performance of a ship would be then that information will be given to RightShip. So if you go through something like this on a ship, please report to your superintendent, report this to your office so that office is aware that you had an issue, a defect, a cargo stoppage, something like that has happened on your vessel at a certain terminal. Please don't keep it to yourself, report to the office so that the office is aware. There is a possibility that they may go to RightShip to start with and tell them voluntarily that this is what happened, and then they give them the root cause and corrective and preventive action, etc. So it may not reduce your safety score. So it is again reporting, promptly and at the right time is extremely important. So basically, to summarize, it's master and chief engineer who should be taking the lead and giving all the guidance to junior officers and preparing for these inspections. And if everything is working good, that is excellent. But if there is something not working and something is defective, then that needs to be reported to the office. And any flag dispensation, class dispensation is required, that should be obtained and kept on board. So even if a RightShip inspector is coming on board for an inspection, or a port state control is coming for an inspection, and they see that one of the equipment is not working, but if they see the documentation that this was reported and it's all transparent and documented, they will most likely not detain the ship. They can put some sort of code over there, but they will not give you code 30. So it is extremely important that we have good inspection results and zero port state control observations, and as best as the safety scores on the RightShip website. That's the key for employment. Next slide, please. Right. So just to finish off, I have recently seen an inspection. I think about 3 or 4 weeks ago, one of our bulker vessels went for a RightShip inspection. So I have just copied 3 observations here, just to share with you all that these kind of observation you can get and be prepared that your vessels do not have these. So having a knowledge of what sort of observations can be picked up by the inspectors is important for the ship staff, and then they can see and relate to these observations, and then look at the other similar items and they can fix them before any inspection. So it says, when the inspector arrived at the portside gangway, so the gangway net was not raked. So that's one of the observations, which is something which we should be knowing if we are getting an inspector to come and inspect a ship for right ship inspection. The gangway should be raked because that's the first thing the inspector is going to see. The other was there was gap of 2 to 3 inches from the fire, engine room dampers. If there is a gap of 2-3 inches, then that is not a damper anymore. So again, this is something which is regularly to be inspected and it should be correct. It shouldn't have any gaps there. And fire detection control panel and bridge showing fault alarm during inspection. So okay, this can be a fault there, but again, I'm not sure about the full detail, whether all these things were declared, office was informed about it or not. But these are just example observations for you all to look at and learn from it, and then avoid these and similar ones in any future right ship or any third-party inspections. Next, please. Right. So here, as I said earlier, I thank you all very much for giving me this opportunity to talk to you. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you very much, Sajwal, on your briefing about the preparation vessel for the third-party inspection. Success during the third-party inspection may have significant impact on the commercial part of our business. We are well behind the schedule, but anyway, if someone of our seafaring colleague present today have the kind of question or comment, please raise your hand and we will locate maybe in next few minutes for your questions. If not, then you can leave your question in the chat box, but please mention in the chat box to whom your question shall be addressed. Any question? Okay, so probably the question will be raised later on once all have the short break, little bit shorter break for the refreshment and for the lunch. Okay. Thank you very much, and kindly ask you to join in time, 1300 Odessa time, for the next very important block of the information. We'll speak about the technical updates, incident updates, and crewing updates. Okay, thank you. And
thank you very much.
Again, yes. Thank you. And again, remind you, you can leave your question in the chat box. Definitely, we will find the time later on to answer all of them. Thank you, Sajwal.
Okay, thank you, sir. I will be going back to my work, actually. Got something urgent coming up. So, but during the day, if there is anything, you can send me an email. If there are any questions for me, I can come back and join.
Okay, definitely. We'll
right.
do it. Enjoy your day ahead. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining.
Thank you.
Bye.
Sure. Bye-bye.
Dear colleagues, welcome back to today's seminar. Hope you're refreshed, stretch your legs, and energized and ready for the next interesting part of today's seminar. Can you please just indicate of your presence, raise a hand, or any other way that you all came back? Just short virtual exercise, raising virtual hands. Okay, I see Dmitry, Igor, raise the hands. Thank you very much. Okay, Nikolai Ilchev, also Captain Yuri. Okay, thank you very much. You can lower down your hands. I am delighted to introduce James Bradford, Head of Technical Department, with his fleet operation technical update. James, you're welcome. Now it's over to you.
Thank you very much, and good morning and good day, everybody. Lots of interesting facts delivered to you today with regards to delivering performance excellence through the resilience and safety leadership. And hopefully the next few slides will show you how we performed as a group within 2021. Next slide, please. The technical summary that we're going to go through, and I will move through this pretty quickly, is going to include an insight to vessel inspections, unplanned downtime, maintenance, docking, greenhouse gas and IMO baseline strategy, new legislation within 2022, and some environmental initiatives. Next slide, please. Vessel inspections. As you well know, it's a requirement that we carry out 2 technical and 1 marine inspection per year. And, you know, this report here allows you to see that we had 66 vessels where we had overdue inspections within 2021. It was certainly an improvement on sort of what we were seeing as a trend throughout that particular year. We expected more, however, we are where we are, but certainly within 2022, we need to improve. For a bit of detail, we had 1,079 inspections completed during 2021. 309 of those were completed using the new ShipSure format, 53 of which were completed using the mobile desktop app. 770 utilizing OPS03, which is the spreadsheet format. And a heads up to everyone on this call is that OPS03 is about to go into archive, and we will be using the ShipSure desktop app and also the remote app that can be contained on an Android or Apple device. How are we going to improve within 2022? Our view is that let's use the app, let's use our remote capability when necessary, more effective use of senior staff on board our vessels, and keep our inspection sort of our regime on track. With the introduction of the remote inspections by the Master and Chief Engineer, there is no reason to encounter any overdue inspections within 2022. And we will require from you throughout the group, between the fleet cells, increased proactivity and an engagement with the task, effective communication between onshore and offshore so that we carry out this demand of us successfully within 2022. In reference to other critical performance monitoring, it's utmost importance to capture the actual condition of the vessel and then proactively correct or remove any observation. And we've touched on a few examples earlier on in the seminar with regard to port state deficiencies, but we need to capture these so we remove them to remove any adverse impact on vessels' performance driven by third-party inspections. Next slide. To differentiate between vessel inspections and engineering sailing audits, very similar, but a work instruction has been issued some time ago within 2020, detailing the requirements of an engineering sailing audit. And if I can go through this slide pretty quickly, there was a perception by many that one had to be an engineer, a trained engineer, to carry out an engineering sailing audit. And I'd like to emphasize that that is not the case. What we're looking for is a person who is clearly involved in our company and is competent in carrying out audits. That an engineering background is not necessary. It's ideal, but it's not essential at this stage. Now, in moving forward, oil companies may in time require a chief engineer's background, which would be consistent with the position they've taken with sailing navigation audits being conducted by master mariners. But a current stance is that a competent person able to carry out audits is all that we need. So again, I'm emphasizing that we can carry out these audits without building up a backlog that we need to be tackling towards the end of 22. Next slide, please. Just an overview with regard to how we've progressed the digitization of reports through the ShipSure desktop app and the remote application. All offices now have been onboarded with live webinars, and those webinars continue through our Operational Excellence Center. We touched on the statistics earlier on, 1,079 inspection, 309 completed with the new ShipSure format, and 53 with the remote app, and 770 with the old spreadsheet, which, as I did state before, is going to be archived very shortly. The handheld devices have been identified, especially for tankers with explosion-proof devices. The details are held within this slide, and it is incumbent upon the fleet sales now to sort of purchase these and deliver them to the vessels. But acknowledgement given due to the high cost of the explosive-proof device, another ruggedized tablet was sourced for the likes of dry bulk and container vessels. And the commercial value proposition has been presented to all regional offices now. And again, it's incumbent upon fleet sales to move this forward, buy a tablet for each vessel and deliver so that we can carry out these inspections utilizing appropriate devices. Prior to utilizing sort of the webinars as a source of advice, we did have problems with ShipSure 2 release problems. These have been solved and no further issues are anticipated. So hopefully this goes well within 2022. Next slide, please. This visual here shows you the vessel inspections carried out from January 21 through to December 21. And you can see that we had quite a sort of a roller coaster ride throughout the year, with deficiencies picked up per inspection actually increasing as we transited from January through to December. It's an unpalatable trend. It's one that we wish to reverse in 2021. And therefore, the attention to detail within inspection to capture the state of the vessel or the system is important so that we can apply corrective measures. You can see at the bottom of this graphic, the offices that are involved with overdue findings. And it's incumbent upon them to sort of process that backlog, and let's clear that and get it as near to zero as possible. And also onto the left-hand side of the graphic, you can see the areas wherein we have been picked up consistently, if you will. And these areas and this information gives us a heads up to what we may be able to expect within 2022. So let's be proactive and let's see if we can reduce failures, defects within these areas and head back towards zero as a datum. Thank you very much. Next slide. MARPOL compliance, and this has been touched on by Mike Bradshaw in quite some detail today, so clearly I'm not going into that. But during periods where we cannot board our vessels, we do have an opportunity to carry out remote environmental inspections, audits, using our team in Chennai. And this is to advise you all that, for a small operational fee, a remote RSQ 21 inspection can be completed, which involves a full review of the oil record book, entries, record on use of environmental seals, etc., internal bills and tank transfers being carried out. And if you need to use this, the full scope can be quantified by contacting the team at the email address down here. And I urge you to do so that we prevent any build-up of inspections as we move throughout 2022. Next slide. Okay, actions from this are very clear. All members within the operational and technical teams remain focused, ensure that the environmental inspections are carried out during ship visits and subsequently reported within ShipSure. It's important that we get this information into ShipSure so that we have the data that we can export, analyze, and drive our future decisions. And you're aware of our new strategy and moving forward that we are now an organization that will be driven by data. And let's ensure that we capture that data by inputting to ShipShare. Again, MARPOL compliance, let's discuss it onshore and offshore. Let's discuss it fully within induction periods, vessel billets, and crew conference seminars such as this today. Next slide. Unplanned downtime. In 2021, our target was 18 minutes per vessel per month. And you can see that the total global average turned out, I'll call it the big figure, at 46 minutes, 32 seconds, an overshoot ratio of 2.58, which was well above our target. But taking out extraordinary events, we reduced that to 23 minutes, 7 seconds. Overshoot ratio again of 1.28, still above the target. And I'd like to go into slides beyond this to maybe point out what is happening within our fleet and give you an insight into what we have to do. Next slide. Unplanned downtime due to mechanical incidents. Out of 511 incidents, 239 were driven by mechanical failures. And if you take a look at the graphic on the right side here, 47% of that unplanned downtime was due to mechanical issues. If you translate that into time, on an average fleet size of 580, 447 hours of downtime, 18.7 days. And it doesn't take a mathematical genius to work out the revenue lost. And let's also consider the impact on our reputation with the client. So really what I would like you to do is take this 47% and embed it within your minds, because we need to reduce that 47% back towards zero in a significant way if we are going to succeed in producing increased availability and utilization of our vessels as we move through 2022. Next slide. This graphic here provides an insight to the 47%. And clearly at the top, you'll see where we have mechanical incidents, downtime by office. And I'd suggest that those offices need to take a look at the root cause of failures and act upon those as we move into 2022 to drive our statistics back to zero. But on the right-hand side, the pie chart in the top right-hand corner, you can see that the majority of our downtime has been incurred within vessels aged between 11 and 20 years. And then our next group beyond that is 6 to 10. But again, it's easy to acknowledge that as a vessel gets older, more problems are bound to surface. So again, I'm urging everybody that's listening here that if we're on vessels in this age group, let's be more vigilant. Let's look at systems. Let's be critical. Let's look at pipe thicknesses. Let's take a real critical look at the asset that we're operating and see if we can reduce the amount of vessels in that age group and push the incidents back towards zero. As we look to the lower half of this visual, again to the lower left-hand corner, you'll see that 70% of the downtime was incurred by container ships. And significant amount of downtime. And again, this relates to the top left-hand graphic wherein the officers have been identified. I urge you to take a look at what is consistent across that 70% in container ships. And then we start moving into bulk carriers. Those are the two largest groups that we need to focus on. And last but not least on this graphic here, you can see the trend on the bottom right-hand corner of accumulated downtime through from Q1 20 to the end of 21. And I chose that period of time to demonstrate to you all that within 2020, we were performing quite well with regards to downtime. And we've seen an escalation in unplanned downtime within 2021. The figures convey the picture, I think, adequately. And whilst we had a trend back towards somewhere near acceptable in the fourth quarter, we're still well away from where we need to be. And again, requesting extra vigilance with regard to systems, operations, and criticize the environment to see if we can push these statistics back to zero. Next slide, please. This is an overview of the major technical breakdowns, if you will. And you can see at the year end that we had lots of main propulsion problems, 20 major items. And again, take a look at the statistics within your region, within ShipShare. Let's take a look at, are we covered? Have we risk assessed? Do we have the inventory on board that will allow us to react promptly should we incur an incident. And as you go down the groups, we have, I'm glad to say, a declining number in general, but 20 main propulsion units sort of with significant damages is to be looked at, and we need to improve within that area. Next slide, thank you. Maintenance performance in 2021. This is a good news slide in many ways. We have a maintenance items overdue, and our target is less than 1%. And you can see globally that we have reached an actual value of 0.7. Very well done to everybody. My view as I look through 21 in different parts of it, it was concerning at some points, but you've managed to bring it under the 1%, which is great news. And most importantly, also critical maintenance items overdue. Very much peaks and troughs as we went through 2021. Our target was to be less than 1%, and we managed 0.19%. Well done to everybody concerned on those. Those are good statistics. And I'd like to provide another insight into those areas so that you can see sort of how things have been performing. Next slide. General maintenance and critical maintenance. I hope the tables are self-explanatory, but you can see within general maintenance, we have as a group over 3 million jobs that we have to complete within 2021. No significant task, insignificant task, and certainly it demanded a lot of everyone onshore and offshore. You can see the offices that have challenges throughout 21, and certainly sort of like I'd suggest that they have to review their performance numbers as we move into 2022. We have numbers that are in excess of our 1%, and without going into office names, take a look and sort of take a look at the data that you have within your fleet cells to see how we can drive this back to under 1 and towards 0. On the right-hand side, the red table, critical maintenance. Again, we've demonstrated a very credible performance by the end of 21. And we have one office that unfortunately didn't manage to bring their critical items overdue to less than 1%. But again, I urge that office to take a look at the statistics and see what we can do within 2022 to improve. And as always, if you need support and help, reach out to Global Technical, and we'll see what we can sort of provide as support. Next slide. Shipshaw Document Manager. We've talked about unplanned downtime, and clearly, this is involved with the planned maintenance system. But I wanted to highlight within the planned maintenance system, there is a Shipshaw Document Manager with engine manufacturer's service letters, a significant upload of information that you need to access in addition to the planned maintenance system dictates. 3,195 uplifts, and it continues to grow. This is run by our projects team in Chennai, and it is a goldmine of information. And I can't stress enough that if you're doing engine maintenance or compressor maintenance or steering gear or whatever it may be, take a look into this library to make sure that you're up to date with current views on what to do with each and every system. Next slide, thank you. Dry docking. Group dry dock financial KPI is that we dry dock our vessels, and hopefully we sort of do so within 5% of budget. And I'd like to present to you the facts as we saw them within 2021. Next slide. As you can see, we had 100 vessels docked. Unfortunately, 42 of those vessels, we didn't have any visibility as the owner did their own negotiation and settled directly their account with the shipyard. But 58 vessels, we had transparency, and we operated very well. And our overall group average deviation from budget equated to a negative 5.86%, which was under budget. And that's got to be applauded. The onboard teams, the project teams that were involved, and choice of shipyard. And we have another 102 dockings within this year. And I'm hoping that we can perform in a very, very similar way. So it was well done to the docking program wherein we had visibility. Let's hope it's repeated this year. Next slide. the Group Central Database, and I'm not too sure if you are aware of this or you utilize it, and emphasis on the second comment. But since this was compiled within 2019, 246 dockings completed, 183 evaluation reports received from your goods sellers, and 63 dockings completed directly by owners, which we don't have visibility. But I really encourage you to continue feeding back because there are initiatives within V Group that are being progressed, and this is an important factor within those initiatives. So continue to feed back as you have done within dry docking. Let us know the good, the bad, and the ugly. Thank you. Next slide, please. Within 2023, we have IMO regulations that will be impacting us, and that kicks off from January, and we need to be ready and in accordance with the IMO strategy. We have 12 months to complete works and be compliant. Next slide. Mandatory, every vessel above 400 gross registered tons must have an EEXI value and an EEDI value. Both of those have to be adjusted in accordance with IMO regulations as set within 2015 and 2020. A further adjustment is coming our way in 2025. There needs to be classification surveys carried out post January 2023 to award a new energy efficiency certificate. And also there will be a CII rating awarded to the vessel based on 2023 performance. Next slide. These are the action points that we require you to do, and clearly with our support. And I won't go through every single bullet point here, but essentially it's locate the EEDI for vessels post 2013, calculate the EEXI for vessels built pre-2013, apply the IMO reductions 2015 and 2020, and then have those values verified by a competent authority. Once those are done and held up against the baseline requirements of IMO, efficiency, I would say initiatives can be identified to ensure that every vessel hopefully remains compliant with greenhouse gas emissions, etc. Next slide. So the action points, as I just touched on, take a look at the existing baseline and then compare that baseline against your actual EEXI. And based on the difference will dictate what we need to do with the vessels with regard to combustion efficiency, hull efficiency, or otherwise. Similarly, with the EEDI for those vessels constructed post 13, compare it to the IMO baseline values required with the 2015 and 2020 reductions. Compare them, identify the difference, seek a way forward with regard to energy efficiency measures. Next slide. This is just a quick overview on where we are, and with regard to the EEDI, EEXI calculations, second column from the left, we're pretty much 100% compliant. We've done the baseline calculations. However, we are waiting on feedback from all regional offices with regard to verification with regard to the attained value. And you can see that some are well ahead and doing very well, but some are behind the curve. And I emphasize the fact that we only have 12 months left before your vessel will be deemed compliant, non-compliant, non-tradable. So there is an urgency within 2022 to complete this work and implement the modifications necessary. Next slide. EU MRV and UK MRV recording mechanisms, measure, report, and verify. And these are still in place. And the data for all vessels continues to be submitted as mandatory. There is a fourth requirement coming upon us within 2023, and that is the Fuel EU initiative. We are currently looking at what they will be expecting, and once we have further details on that, we'll clearly report that to the group. But essentially, the schemes that we will have as a reporting mechanism will be the MRV scheme that we operate within now, the DCS scheme that we utilize, and then there will be Fuel EU Maritime. And let's not forget, the monitoring that applies to UK related voyages which is required from January 2022. Next slide. Okay, from an offshore standpoint, concentrated effort to ensure that data into the safe noon voyage reporting is timely and accurate, essentially very important so that we can actually sort of analyze where we stand with regard to carbon emissions and our financial liabilities. Group companies to be given the opportunity to quote the business. And I stress that because we have the in-house capability to sort of satisfy your aims, your objectives, your concerns. And certainly within our Marine Services Group, the skill sets are there. So seriously look at what is available to help you get through the EEXI, CII calculations. And in addition to that, we have ballast water treatment systems and other environmental possibilities that will be sort of placed upon us and we will need to react to. Next slide. New legislation 2022, I'll roughly go through these slides, realize I'm sort of a bit over time, but next slide. French ban on discharges from open loop scrubbers. What I will say on this is that the technical bulletin has gone out. There's an alert within ShipSure, please read it, be sure that you are not caught out, and let's make sure that we comply with that. Next slide. PSC guidelines for onboard fuel sampling enters into force in April 2022. The technical bulletin was released initially within 2020. Technical heads call and updates done in 2021. So we've known about this. Let's not get caught out. Let's ensure that we apply sort of a correction to our vessels so that we comply with the regulation. Next slide. Simple points for sampling points. They should have safe access, easily utilized, should be in a position that's shielded from heat, and electrical equipment. The sampling connection should be provided with suitable spill collection arrangements or drainage to drain tanks or other safe locations. Next slide. And then dedicated fuel bunker sample points. Again, I'll go through this briefly. In-use sampling points to be fitted or designated not later than a first renewal survey, as identified in the regulation. DNV have stated the following: while the preferred solution may be to designate already existing sampling points, fitting and designation new sampling points may, in some cases, be the only option. So carry out the vessel survey, identify what we need to do, and let's implement those modifications so that we can comply with regulation. DNV have stated that they won't require any formal drawings unless modifications other than fitting to sampling points are done. And it's anticipated other class societies will adopt the same attitude. Next slide. Again, IHM compliance, this is just to show you where we are. We have a 93.8% compliance rate throughout the fleet to those vessels that are subjected to this. Great performance by all parties concerned on board and onshore. Let's continue this through 2022. Next slide. Just to sum up, 585 vessels in full management, 498 completed all formalities, and 498 completed inspections by IHM specialist. Class approval on 498 vessels also. And just on the side, 256 vessels have enrolled on the internal IHM maintenance program, us providing a service which generates a reasonable income of almost $30 million per year, which is well received by B Group. Next slide. Okay, UK requirements. This is just a brief one here. Just be aware that British flag vessels, there is a requirement to get a recycling certificate issued on behalf of UK flag. Don't assume that your EU certificate will suffice. It won't. You need one for the EU. You need one for the United Kingdom. So please ensure that you approach the relevant flag authority to get the necessary work done prior to any vessel calling into a UK port. Next slide. Single-use plastics, and we are coming to the end of the presentation. This is a topic that V Group is pursuing with avid interest. And if you can go to the next slide, please. We've had webinars, we've had several reminders, we've committed to this initiative. And if you look at the bottom text box, our plastic consumption target within 2021 was 1.24 cubic meters per vessel per month. We failed to reach that, and we need to do better. So I'm reaching out to you guys, and I've demonstrated here what we did in 2019, 2020, and 21. And 1.52 was well above where we needed to be. So, single-use plastics, this is what we need to focus on and we need to reduce. Next slide. The moving away from single-use plastics such as plastic bottles, it's been observed that there's a general offshore reluctance to change, perhaps legacy practice, misinformation, or poor potable water systems on board, and a belief that water systems on board do not comply with MLC regulatory requirements. And certainly, we don't believe that most of those bullet points apply. And the other view that we have is the legacy practice we need to change, and the misinformation we need to remove. Currently, we have in excess of 300 vessels that have taken up moving away from bottled water, for example, and that was driven by Oceanic Catering. We've had initiatives that have been put in place by vessels that we brought into management most recently. And we know that the onboard systems are built for, classed for, providing potable water. Next slide. So action required, and I'll go to the bottom of this slide. Let's be objective, engage with the initiative, become informed, identify the barriers on your vessel, engage with your fleet cell, and commit to a transition plan away from single-use plastics. Utilize the budget to make change happen and overcome the barriers. We need to improve our performance within this area. Next slide. Group strategy, you've heard this before, that we went together, and I'm pointing out that within V Group, we have marine services, and they are ready to provide service solutions to operational challenges and problems. Utilize them. Don't think about what went on in the past, think about where we are now and the changes that have been made. Certainly with ESG and environmental social governance, CETAC can support you, and their ESG services are currently being bundled into an easy folio, if you will, that can be presented to any client, defining the service that they offer and the value proposition that it brings to any client. Next slide. Thank you. I'm sorry that took a little bit longer than planned, but thank you for your attention, and hopefully that's given you an insight into 2021 and where we sit in some of the major items technically. Thanks very much indeed.
Thank you, James. Thank you very much for your fleet technical update, and also highlighting the actions required to ensure compliance with the current and future legislation. We are moving further. I'm delighted to invite Operational Director, V-Ship UK, Andy Hailu, with learning from incident update. Hi, Andy. You're welcome.
Yeah. Thanks, Vitaly, and thanks, James. We will look at learning from incidents, but mind you, our main objective is to avoid incidents. So the learning from incidents is basically referring to the earlier Justin's presentation showing about reflective learning. So I have got a very good clip now I would like to run, and I'll put up the screen and see. This will stop as a screen sharing with you. Do you want to continue? Okay. So I've got a screen here. Share sounds, optimize video clip. Okay, can you hear?
In the blink of an eye, your world.
Hear sound, but nothing visible.
Nothing visible. Right, I think we need to. Sorry about that. Oh, think I lost you guys.
Think about what matters most to you
Yeah,
in the
we
world.
have a picture.
You have a picture?
Yes,
Your
yes.
partner.
Okay, let me
Your
start it
friend.
again. Sorry, guys.
In the blink of an eye, your world can change.
You can hear this, Vitaly?
Yes.
Thank you.
Think about what matters most to you in the world. Your partner, your friends, your children. Now think about how they would feel if you came home injured from work, or worse, didn't come home at all. That's why safety matters. And that's why it's so important that we eradicate all incidents and achieve Goal Zero. We have all been through rigorous training and safety programs, and we all try to learn from past incidents to prevent them from happening again. There are many ways to learn, but how can we further improve learning from incidents? With lectures, reading, hearing stories from friends. In fact, research shows that sharing learnings in small group, face-to-face discussions is the most effective way. It provides you with the time and space to think about the causes of an incident, and crucially, what you need to do to prevent this incident from occurring where you work. It is even more powerful when you share your personal learnings and thoughts collectively. As a group, you can come up with ideas, actions, and improvements to the way you will do things at work in the future, and commit to them individually. This is called reflective learning. It makes the learnings more impactful and relevant because you own the actions, ideas, and solutions that you have created. Change is possible if we all think Goal Zero and think about what matters most.
Okay. So let me see when I close that and okay. Can you see myself now or?
Yeah, I still see your screen.
All right. And okay. Now we're back.
Karen, can we switch over back to presentation?
Yes, please. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, I think that was quite an interesting clip, but yes, obviously it is a shell document or a presentation in a set, but these LFIs we share as we are part of the scheme with partners in safety with Shell, and they actually have very good material in this area, and we use these for training as well as for presentations in seminars. And hopefully everybody in your team and on board the ships, you do get these LFIs regularly, and hopefully the LFIs are discussed on board during safety meetings or otherwise, and they are really very good material to learn from things. So as you can see, reflective learning is important because it gives you the opportunity to basically go back and look what has happened, and you yourself are the owner of the idea, so you will be able to look into your experience and learn from it and avoid it in the future. But the most interesting thing in the clip earlier, I hopefully if you grasped it, and it also was in the presentation earlier on Justin's presentation, that the circulars we send you, when you are just reading it, your chance of grasping it is just about 8 to 10%. The most important thing is about assimilating it and trying to remember it for the future. The best way to do that is to have a face-to-face discussion, which most of the times, the best opportunities are when you do them during toolbox talks. I hope a lot of you do this, because whenever you do risk assessments and when you are preparing for any tasks, you must have a toolbox talk. Yes. And after that, when you are carrying out your day-to-day tasks or even any maintenance you carry out, there are two very important terms we use these days, and it was one of them actually was coined by one of the teams in the Partners in Safety with Shell, which is called chronic unease. Hopefully, most of you know what chronic unease means. Is that the most important thing is always, when we are on board the ships, we have to remember that we are all working under a safety critical environment. Therefore, we all have to be aware of our environment, and we focus on the works we carry out, or even the normal task we carry out during those days and when we are on board the ships. Because when you are at home, of course, you have to be safe, but the environment is different. On board the ship, it's a very safety critical environment. Therefore, that thing in the mind, being chronic unease, meaning trying to observe your environment, your colleagues, that to see what is around you. So sometimes you will be able to see what we call weak signals. Let's say in the engine room, the regular temperature or pressure of machinery tends to, for example, if you see the pressure fluctuating unnecessarily, you just don't walk past it, but you stop and you look at and say, why is that pressure fluctuating? And then have a discussion about it. And if it is the kind of scenario which can lead into a failure, which can become an accident or an incident, then it needs to be tackled at the right time. The same thing with noise, where you are operating your windlass, when you are pulling anchors, or when you are doing maneuvering. You might see certain very simple weak signals, which at that particular moment, they don't look that they are dangerous or they might cause anything. But these are the kind of weak signals which are very much, who can be a potential for causing serious incidents or even accidents at a later stage. So the fundamental points here is about reflecting learning and how we learn from incidents. But of course, we know our major objective is to avoid them. And then after that is about being very focused and conscious about your environment. Mind you, always look at the weak signals. And then it's being about chronic unease. Once you see a weak signal, for example, you are working together with your team, and you see the weak signals are not from machinery only. The weak signals can come from our colleagues, from ourselves. You can see, for example, one of our colleagues trying to work or carry out a task in an unsafe manner, which is it might look simple at the time, but then he could have, at a later stage, the person could injure himself. So you stop the job. And that's why the toolbox talk, preparing before work, and at the same time being chronically unease when you carry out the job, and observing weak signals is very, very important. So to refer, for example, which I think it will be detailed later on, discussed in detail later on by the CSL Boston team, is that the major incident we had earlier in one of the bulk carriers, which was converted into an SUL recently in dry dock, where we had a flash fire in the forward workshop. So these were very interesting, for example, examples of, let's say, finding out weak signals and what they become at a later stage. This was about a cargo, coal in the bulk in the bulkheads, which had, of course, was producing methane above the explosive limit levels. But crew on board were not focused on that as such, because they were not expecting that the level of methane could cause an explosion. Therefore, 5 crew members were in the workshop, and they were just preparing for maneuvering because the temperature was very cold outside. So they were waiting for the machinery to warm up. So one of the crew members took a knife and he tried to sharpen it, and he used a grinder in the workshop, and that caused the spark, and there was a flash fire. Unfortunately, 5 crew members were injured. One of them actually had a serious burn. So after investigation, of course, it was found out that there were cables running through bulkheads without the proper sealings. That means the gas can leak into any other compartment very easily. So anybody who passed those areas or who cast his eyes on them, he would have identified those weak signals very easily. And once you know the weak signals are there, and then you report them. Once they are reported and they are discussed within the team, then they will be acted upon and you avoid them from happening in the future. So hopefully this gives you an idea what a weak signal means and how we learn from incidents. So I have a very simple couple of questions actually I'd like to ask. It's a very straight answers. Do you get the LFIs on board the ships through the HSEQ regular updates? Anybody volunteer who can answer that question?
Alex, you can raise your hand and we'll switch on your microphone.
Excellent.
If someone is ready to answer this question.
There must be updates. You must be receiving updates regularly from our HSEQ teams regarding circulars or updates in terms of legislations. The LFIs also would be going quarterly. It looks like there is a lot of silence around, so I will conclude you don't receive them. So if that's the case, then we will have to make sure you receive these LFIs for the future. Okay, so I'll make a note of that.
Probably they will be ready to answer or comment during the question answer session later on.
Yeah, no, I'm just, yeah, okay, Vitaly, that might be the case. Okay, good. But I'm just going through the, trying to save the time as well, just to condense it. So, okay, let's call it question and answer session now. Then we can look into that. Is that okay, Vitaly?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Okay, colleague, if you have any question or you're ready to answer the question from Andy, whether you receive these updates on your vessels and any comments about these updates, probably you have any suggestions for an improvement, how this information can be shared with you. Just feel free to raise the hand or switch microphone and speak.
Yeah.
Have a lot of senior officers present during the today crew seminar.
Yeah. I would have thought some of you would have seen these already. It could be our mistake, though. Maybe we are sending them to the oil tankers only.
Maybe, gentlemen, may I suspect LFI is learning from incidents? That's what we mean.
Yes.
That
Correct.
Updates. Do you receive any updates? What happening? What cases happen on other fleets with the investigation results, with the conclusions? I guess now it's easier for you to answer. Please volunteer. Evgeny Petrovich, step in, please.
I hope we haven't overloaded you with data. I know this can happen. Okay. Evgeny.
Yeah, of course. Good afternoon, good morning to everybody.
Good afternoon to you.
Course,
Hi.
Yeah, of course, we receive all the updates with some time delay when the investigation completed and when all the paperwork ready for, let's say, fleet weather or some incident updates.
Yeah.
So, and and for all other fleets in the ships as well, not only for CSL. For
Yeah.
tankers, containers, there is no
Yes.
matter, we receive everything. And of course, we have in this letter the actions, what we learned, what went wrong, and what we can done better, and immediate action to all fleets to perform.
Well, that's very good. So do you find them helpful?
Yes, sure. It
Yeah.
helps us to find out the weak points or some things which we not focus on, and
Yes.
we bring, especially with the penetrations. Not in this last case. It's it's a very sad accident happened, and
Yes.
also penetrations with regular cables, even with internet cables. So let's say a few years ago we did not point much attention to this, but for the last 2 years it grew up significantly.
Yep. That's correct. Yeah. Unfortunately, sometimes there is, substandard maintenance gets carried out by shore, the way we saw it now in that dry dock. I mean, yes. So coming back to that important weak signal as well, is there can anybody give me one simple example about a weak signal he has experienced on board the ship, or even when he's at home? There must be. There are always weak signals we see. I'll tell you one of the common ones of mine is that I always have not exactly an argument, but a discussion with my wife when we are walking, because when we crossing a road, I am very unease when I cross a road. I have to use the zebra crossings. Of course, some countries might not have it, but I will go that extra meter or extra even, call it, it's not a mile actually, but the extra distance to make sure that I cross at an, as a zebra crossing. But I've seen quite a lot of people, they just want to cross the road at any point whenever they, is suitable to them. So that's a kind of weak signal, for example, I look at. But on board the ships, there are many weak signals. So anybody? Any volunteer who can give me an example on a weak signal? It's a simple question. Yeah, Alexander. Yeah,
Alexander, Captain Alexander, probably
Great.
you need to switch on your microphone.
Yeah, he's on.
Can you hear me?
Yes, great. Like we can hear you.
Okay. Yes, you're right. There are a lot of weak signals during regular work on board. For example, I can say some ports we go and discharge coal into the open hoppers, and cargo flows through the booms and chutes and directly into the hopper.
Yeah.
And from time to time, what happens? Cargo, for some reason, going to the upper part of the boom, overfilling chutes, and chutes falling down. And then it's a problem. Damage possible to the boom, damage to the chutes, hard to pick up. It's a signal. It happens from time to time. So the decision was taken to fit special hilt levels or put some marks, but still sometimes this problem happens, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's an excellent example. Yeah, this is the whole idea of, tackling the weak signals exactly when they are, when you see them, and then you have a discussion on them and you look at the root cause for it, and you try to avoid them in the future. They will stop from accidents and incidents happening. So that's very good. That's thank you very much. That was a very good example. And one more, please. If we can get one other weak signal. There are plenty of these. One of the, for example, weak signals which was missed in one of the oil tankers a few years ago was that, I'm sure this happens on a lot of ships, the oil fuel line, not the major oil fuel line, but the small return line, the coupling was a bit loose. And the engineers every morning, of course, they go past walking and taking, during their watch and so on, they take a walk. Quite a few of them passed it. They looked at it. It's loose, but it wasn't leaking. So yeah, it's a weak signal, but it wasn't acted upon. Then afterwards, the fitter saw it after a couple of days. So the fitter went to the workshop. He came back with an adjustable spanner. He tried to tighten it. Yeah, he kind of managed to roll it a little bit and left it. But then after that, suddenly the vibration was continuing. And of course, the coupling got loose again. And the problem is, at the same time, there was another weak signal, which was a pipe, which is supposed to be a heated line, which was going to, it didn't have a lagging and it was exposed. Therefore, the oil leaked from that particular link, went to the hot surface, caused a fire in the engine room. Unfortunately, at that time, one of the engineers lost his life because of that fire. This was an oil tanker with one of the oil majors. So those are the kind of which look like very simple weak signals. If somebody stopped, removed that pipe, replaced the coupling, all that accident would not have happened. So one last example, if you can, please. Anything on deck, it doesn't have to be in the engine room. Or even in your...
I propose, gentlemen, but that's already a signal of something really wrong. I mean, that could not be called maybe weak signal. On one of our ship's windlass operators heard sound, strange and unusual sound from the gearbox, from the gear. Of course, they stopped operation. They opened and they found completely damaged gear inside. So they stopped using the windlass, but the problem existed already for some time and noticed only at that point. Still, we can consider it's a weak signal because nothing happened, nobody injured. There was no hard losses for the vessel, for the operation as well. I mean, we operated with one windlass, but this is something we deal with a flag and glass. So it's still, I consider, a weak signal, right?
That's right. You could have lost the anchor. And it could have failed. It could have, for example, unfortunately, at the same time, the other windlass or the hydraulic system collapses completely.
Yeah.
Then you could lose the ship. So it's just that small where it starts. Yeah. No, that's a good discussion. Vitaly, time check. Are we okay?
Yeah, thank you very much, Andy, for initiating this very interesting and active discussion about how to prevent the incidents. Yeah. It's very important. It's always better to prevent than to mitigate. And we need to move to the other part of our today's session. I'd like to I'm glad to invite our colleague from Vyship Poland, Planning Manager, Magdalena Veselak, with her update on the crewing operations. Magdalena, you're welcome. Now it's over to you. And definitely, if there will be more questions from the colleague, they can type in the chat box, and we will be able to answer to them later on in a later question and answers session. Thank you. Magdalena, you're welcome. Sorry, Magdalena, your microphone is muted.
Okay. Hello,
Yeah.
Can you hear me now? Okay.
Hello.
Sorry for that. Standard problem. So hello, everyone. My name is Magda Weselak. I'm the planning manager for our fleet. I have joined the CSL team quite recently, as it was in March last year. However, I'm working in V-Ships for almost 7 years. So it's great to see so many of you have found time to catch up with us on first such online seminar, and I'm only just sorry that the circumstances are as they are and we cannot meet face to face. So to start with the crewing part, if we could move on, here are the topics that we would like to raise with you. But if we could start with the next slide. Okay, so to start with our crewing part, I would just shortly like to show our teams involved with CSL fleet. We've got planning team located in Poland, where Katarzyna Papunewska and Andrzej Kosenko are working with you and remain in touch with vessels and agents on daily basis. Both Kasia and Andrzej are working with CSL fleet since 2019. They both have a long past experience in crewing. And if we can move to the next slide. Locally in Odessa, we have the mobilization team with Alex in charge for your local arrangements. He is working in V-Ships over 25 years and is supported by Anastasia, who has just joined our team a few months ago. Of course, we all work together closely to make sure your assignments and all the arrangements are properly managed and communicated. So moving on to the next slide. Unfortunately, majority of our operations throughout last 2 years have been affected by pandemics, we would like to provide some short overview on our additional procedures and protocols implemented in response to COVID outbreak and in order to assure best possible safety, both ashore and on board. I'm sure you are familiar with all of that, so just let's quickly go through. If we could move to the next slide for our onshore part. So first of all, the special force has been created within our crew management. It's called COVID Crewing Command Center. And this group is built by specialists to ensure the safety of seafarers joining and returning from the vessels, and helps us with sharing situational awareness and status on the needed information related to COVID. They help us in making decisions on critical operational activities or planning and rolling out the communication to clients, colleagues, and seafarers. Moving to planning and mobilization processes. First of all, before we may proceed with any crew change, even if this consists of one man, it is mandatory for us to prepare the individual and specific risk assessment. This is then verified and assessed at higher levels of the company structures, and only when crew change is approved, we may move forward. So when assessing the risk and preparing a crew change plan, all the COVID-19 related items must be considered. So this is performance of COVID tests for all joiners, safe accommodation and meals for the traveling crew, PPE availability, and safe transportation. So crew changes can only proceed where flights and transports are confirmed as fully operational for the entire intended transfer. We also must ensure the completion of COVID-19 health declaration and awareness declaration for all joining and signing of seafarers. And this is to make sure seafarer is aware of all the risks of coronavirus infection and its possible consequences. And this is where seafarer signs a statement to fully comply with all the precautionary guidelines he is provided with. We also have a pre-mobilization orientation sessions in place. This is an online training session created to brief everyone of the risks of infection and precautions to be taken as part of the mobilization process and during crew changes. The next slide, if we could move on. This is the list of tools that we have in place for you on board. So the most important is to have the COVID PPE supplies as well as the test kits available for your use on board. There is also a CMED 24, which is a medical advisory center available in case of any concerns on vaccination or diagnostics or any issues related to COVID that you may face with. Another tool we have is the ComPsych program to support the mental well-being of seafarers and their families. In addition, we are also distributing quickly messages to all vessels with planned crew movements, updates, and we keep active communication with crew on board and ashore and with the crewing teams. So if we could have the next slide. This is just as a reminder of the 5 golden rules to follow wherever you are. So always remember of washing, sanitizing your hands, avoiding close contacts, keeping distances, wearing masks, covering your mouth and nose. Of course, covering your mouth when coughing or sneezing and keeping the surfaces that are frequently touched regularly disinfected. In the next slide, if we can move the next one, yeah. Here we wanted to show you the number of COVID cases with division of nationalities. As you see, the majority of 1.6 million infections are within Philippines. However, Ukraine is next most affected throughout the last year with almost 200,000 cases. You can also see how the numbers went up and down throughout the last year in the second box. So moving on to the next slide. Thank you. Here we need to highlight the most effective and efficient way to protect from the virus, which is by getting vaccinated. So we are constantly talking about it, as we constantly promote safety and well-being of our seafarers. So the message is clear. We want you to join millions of already vaccinated and play your part in making the world a much safer place. Of course, benefits are undeniable as listed, and while some of you are still hesitating, we all shall agree that the single most responsible thing that can be done is to get the vaccination. This way, we can prevent the infection from spreading or from passing to anyone else who might get really, really sick. If we could move on to the next slide. As you probably shall already receive this notification from the group, starting from 15th February, in order to assure best possible safety for our crew members, it has been decided that we may employ fully vaccinated crew only. So same directives are being practiced as per our observations in general within the industry. And it is demanded by more and more airlines and ports and transit countries. So we decided to implement such rule. And for your information, at the moment within our CSL fleet, we've got 337 seafarers fully vaccinated, which is 68% of our pool. And we, of course, count that shortly we will be able to announce the success of 100% goal achieved in this matter. Within the next slide, if we can move. Thank you. Here you can see some bigger picture on the numbers. So at the moment we've got 19,000 fully vaccinated crew within the V group. Majority got their first doses during the first weeks of December. Now the numbers are slightly dropping. However, we can still observe some progress here. So this is the current status of crew vaccinations within our company. For the next few slides, we would like to move to some updates concerning crew we have within our pool. And here, Andriy will show you some information. So thank you for your attention, and Andriy, over to you.
Thank you, Magdalena. Good afternoon to all.
Thanks.
As Magda said, can you hear me?
Yes, all clear.
Okay.
We can hear you.
As Magda said, my name is Andriy Kosenko, and I'm vessel coordinator on CSL fleet since 2019. Okay, let's start from CSL fleet pool strengths. On the current slide, we can see deck officers and rating profiles. On the left side, you can see the average figures of rank experience, average SUL experience, and average age. On the right side, it shows how many officers we have are ex-cadets and ex-ratings. Next slide, please, Karen. Same graphics on this slide for engine officers and ratings. On these both slides, we can see that a bigger part of our officers and engineers became the carrier as cadets with further promotions to junior or senior officers position on our fleet. I want to add that our main target is to promote our existing crew within the pool once it's possible and once it's needed for the vessels. But hire new officers from outside of the pool in an exceptional case only. Next slide, please. Here are the few words about onboard compliance. Here's the charts of onboard compliance statistic with STCW and VMS requirements. In spite of all difficulties during the last year, it shows the quite good compliance score. I also can add that a lot of VMS trainings were added during the last time, but I believe that we all understand the importance of such training, where you can gain more additional theoretical knowledge which can be implemented on board. Next slide, please. As a last point, we would like to encourage you to install and use vCrew Connect application. Next slide, please. I know that majority of our seafarers already using vCrew Connect application and found it useful. For those who still not using or using not in a full range, we would like to highlight how vCrew Connect application will benefit you. So first of all, You can avoid visit or additional calls to the local office, especially in current pandemic period. It will help you and your family to stay healthy along with office staff. You can download new documents at any time and again avoid visit to office to the local office. Also, you will know your compliance for the next contract. You can also update your availability date even when you're still on board the vessel for the earlier planning of the next assignment. You will know your next assignment without any delay. And in case you are not agree with this, you can reach planning office directly to discuss and make some changes with this. So as you can see, it will give you more opportunities to stay healthy, be more mobile, well-informed, and plan your vacation in advance. Next slide, please. Next, please. Okay, that's all from our side. Thank you very much for participation. And now we have time for your question, please.
Thank you, Magdalena. Thank you, Andrei, for your update on the crewing operations. Dear colleagues, please feel free to raise a question regarding the current mobilization planning processes. If you want to raise a question regarding the COVID safety precautions.
May I, Magdalena, ask you? I know,
Yes,
I know
welcome.
that a lot of our seafarers, when we visit vessel, asking the question, and we already responded to the fleet. So Magdalena, please cover this topic. The question is there any way for seafarers do all papers signed remotely and not come into the office physically? Can you please answer to all audience?
Yes, of course. We have discussed with our local office what is the general necessity for crew to visit the office. So at the moment, the main purpose is the registration that is related to the tax office, to the labor office, and that's when the crew visits the office, their Siemens book is being copied, and some forms that you fill in are gathered. So generally, of course, we are still verifying with whether all this process could be done remotely, and of course we would like to avoid this visit to be necessary. So the main purpose in general is this registration.
Okay, yeah, just in addition to what was said by the Magdalena, may I also add some information, because being the quality manager for the V-Ship Ukraine, this question also was discussed many times with the local administration. Actually, it's a part of the licensing conditions that being the negotiators between the seafarer and foreign ship owner, we need to prove that before being seafarer is being placed on board and before seafarer is allowed to sign in the contract. Actually, first of all, the contract should be signed physically. And all registration papers need to be signed physically, and we have a kind of proof before local administration that we physically verified the identity of the seafarer. We checked him actually against his ID and all his documents. If local staff will not be able to prove this during, for example, any one of the forthcoming audits of this office, then this office may lose, Odessa office may lose the license. That's unfortunately requirements of the local legislation. So we're not able for the time being go over it. Okay, we have one suggestion in chat from Alexei Koinak. Alexei, you can also switch on your microphone and just express your suggestion. Alexei.
Hello, hear me?
Yes, yes.
Good day to all. I just have such suggestion because it was once we receive the information about crew change about 2 days before. You know, it's rather difficult to organize anything, and it's difficult for crew when you are waiting and you don't know when. So, and and this information was the agent was kept updated all the time, but the vessel not. And I don't know what is the problem. Why is it so going? Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, Alexei. Thank you for your comment. Of course, we do our best to avoid such situations and plan as much in advance as possible and communicate as much in advance as possible. However, if at any point such communication did not come to the vessel timely, we will make sure to avoid such situations.
Yeah, I understand that now is a very difficult situation with COVID and everything, but some house and you know, I understand everything, but just it would be very great if you send the vessel information as early as possible. Thank you.
We will definitely pay attention to that.
Magdalena, may I also add to your comments?
Yes.
Dear seafarers, you cannot imagine how many correspondents flying on and off regarding crew change. We are living in the world with a constant change conditions. Circumstance can change within 5 minutes. By copying vessel in all of this correspondence, master will be flooded, I'm telling you. But I agree that once it is settled, I mean, schedule ready, there should be immediately going message to the vessel advising 2 days, maybe too early, but maybe week or 4 days, it's reasonable term which vessel master and all seafarers need to know about the crew change, when it happened and everything. But I think, Alexei, you will understand, will try to understand this reality of this world. And I can, from my side, tell that the Poland team working over and beyond on the crew changes. That's my comment. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, understand.
You.
I just want to tell that people just are waiting for the end of the contract. They're waiting for the change, and it will be for some. They know that usually our crew change is going in the United States, and if we are approaching to the port in the United States, they're waiting for the change, and you know it's just as earlier they have this information is better for them, for the work. You understand?
Yes.
Right.
This is understandable.
If I may, I step in, please.
Yes,
Alexei,
of course.
I think Kosenka, this is Captain Bublik, Kosenka Andrei is sending weekly updates on the crew change.
That's
all
what
ships,
I wanted to
each
mention.
ship.
Yes.
So, and I can see it right now. It says it important date. And this practice already in place for a minimum like over 6 months.
Yeah, Alex, what Alexei means that the crew who already set for crew change in that port, they want to see flight schedule and tickets, and that information may be delay. But generally, I agree. It's been whatever planned, it's been sent to the fleet. But
flight details, as you said before, flight details is very fluent.
Yeah,
and
that's
it's
why
very
we
volatile
explain
situation right now with all this travel. So, and I believe that Captain always copied once tickets available and all settled.
Of course, yes. Okay, but anyway, Poland team will look into maybe better vision on this. Yeah, and maybe copy the vessel more frequently.
Sure. There is, of course, a lot of parties involved. Very often we are also waiting for the tickets to be issued from the travel departments. So many factors very often affecting the communication, but of course we will pay attention to keep you noted as promptly as possible.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this note.
Okay, once again, thank you very much, Magdalena. And dear colleagues, it's a time for the next stretching break. We have 10 minutes again to have one more cup of coffee or tea and be prepared for the next block of our discussion, interesting discussion. After the break, we will follow up with a fleet safety update, safety bulletin review, career progression and competency development, and open forum for your question and our answers. Okay, thank you. Let's have a break.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Dear colleague, welcome back. I would like to, I'm happy and delighted to introduce next speakers. Captain Vladimir Ivanovich Kovalchuk, Senior Marine Superintendent, Captain Alexander Valentinovich Bublik, Health, Safety and Quality Manager, and Captain Mikhail Grigorievich Kitov, Safe Partner from V-Ship Boston with the Fleet Safety Update and Safety Bulletins Review. Gentlemen, you are welcome. Now it's over to you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for participating in this seminar.
Yeah, good afternoon, gentlemen. I'm glad to.
Let me pass word to Mikhail Grigorievich Kitov. He will give you a presentation and update. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon to everyone. Glad to hear from you here today. As you know, usually we have such conversation to review incidents or some unsafe conditions on board during our crew conference. I'm doing this every time when I'm on board during regular visit. So we will have that conversation to remember most significant ones during 2020 and 2021. Yeah, please, next slide.
Got it.
Okay, the first bulletin in 2020 was about numbers of problems with the emergency equipment, which have been revealed during port stay control inspections. It was a inspection on board of She Lion, and they noticed that three lighting fixtures in a row over the emergency air compressor, which were extinguished. So that's triggered more detailed inspection on board, and they revealed a lot of extinguished lights, including some emergency lights. So totally more than 30 lighting fixtures found with one or two bulbs extinguished, and among them it was 14 lights which mark it like emergency. And another issue was on board of Paul Martin when port stay control discovered that fuel level of emergency generator was less than required for 18 hours of work. So this one is not acceptable, and the crew who's supposed to do checks on their weekly meeting and the regular maintenance need to do everything carefully, and when they're filling up paperwork, including monthly safety inspection, SAF 35, and weekly safety inspection, they have to check everything carefully before signing it. So as a root case, that it's most probably it was negligence in performing duties, and also it's some possibility that something gone wrong, because just 3 days before, in case of She Lion, everything was good, and the crew signed documents then that indicated that all lamps were in good order. From the crew, from your side, guys, we just need to have proper reporting. If you see that some bulbs are not lit, please advise your shipboard team, and they will take appropriate measures just to replace the bulb. So next slide. And the second bulletin for 2020 was about failure of mooring rope. One of two new vessels, new to our management vessels, been involved in mooring operations, normal stuff, usual conditions. So they sent 2 lines from a seaside, from starboard side, and then they shifted to sending lines from port side. They tightened up lines on a starboard side, and when they moved to port side just to continue mooring operation forecastle, one of mooring lines on starboard side parted. Luckily, nobody injured because crew was on the port side and nobody from crew of tugboats were on that side. So everything went luckily and smoothly to the crew and to everyone on board. What was happened? Mooring lines mostly been from a previous management. Of course, we take it like it is, and we feel that certificates provided there and presenting the best condition. So inspection on board did not reveal any kind of problems with that line, and that line should be good for up to 75 metric tons. In fact, they parted. So what went wrong? We think that mooring lines for the prolonged sea passages were not covered from ultraviolet. As you know, the mooring lines are weakened under ultraviolet, under condition of cargo residues, when they all the small particles come in between filaments in your mooring lines. So all of this should be very good. Should have a very good planning for long passages. What we advise you to do, so during the long sea passages, you more than 3 days, you should have a tarpaulin to cover mooring lines on mooring winches, and to remove or to cover mooring lines which are not available to be put it back in a rope store and lay on deck. So also that inspection should be done very carefully, and we have some special guides to be used for the inspection. Just if you have any questions, you can also contact your superintendent or MSQ. It's about that case. If you have any questions, let me know in the end of presentation. Next slide, please. So this case was about just human error. It was well-planned operation on board of CSL Frontier. That it was a test, just maintenance and test of generator number 3. Generator number 3 was ready to be stopped. However, electrical engineer pressed button generator number 2, and the vessel was temporarily blackouted because of that. So why it was happened, electrical engineer cannot explain. He just pressed the wrong button. I want to remind you that a similar situation was back in 2016 on CSL Metis. That's when the post engineer during the routine change of electrical auxiliary engine just pressed a wrong button. What we propose to do that, to install a special box if it was not provided. We believe that when you will do an opening of that transparent box, you will have another moment to think which button you are going to press, which button, which auxiliary engine you want to stop. In that case, also when you have some safety testing, second person should be nominated to assist and to be like a second pair of eyes when you are doing a stopping of such important machinery. Also, it's a notice should be posted just above the button or nearby the button that check loads before stopping stopping the engine. Next slide, please. This is a very interesting bulletin. According to the P&I and a lot of losses of anchors been because of failure of D-Checkle. And in our case on Paul Martin, during preparation for arrival to the port, when crew picked up anchor, supervising officer noticed that D-Checkle had a half open position. So all operations being stopped and special measures, special actions being planned for the securing of anchor. It was a numbers of actions just to make sure that anchor will be not lost during the passage from the anchorage position to the berth. Everybody was in communication, superintendent, MSQ, and the special plan being developed. So that anchor being secured with the wires and ropes with the slings to the first shackle from the chain, and then resecure it using the shock crane and floating device provided by shore gang. What was wrong and what was happened? As you can see on a picture, that was a huge gap between pin and housing of D-Checkle. For sure, this is significant clearance, and this significant clearance during play on a normal way just destroy the pin, which is inside of the pin of D-Checkle. And of course, after that, that's pin was available to be, to move under load, under constant using. Because of some specific construction on trilliums, crew used a port side anchor more often than a starboard side anchor. And that's why we have more wastage and on a port side anchor rather than a starboard side. Just a few months before that, it was an inspection of anchors, and the inspection did not reveal any kind of problem with a D-Checkle in its anchor. What we want to do and in the next in the future of our ships as well. Right after that, all deck officers has to pass specific ttraining on a computer-based training learning portal, and unscheduled inspection of anchor, all elements of chain, shackles, swivels, cable to be done, just to make sure that there are no such problems on other ships like it was in Paul Martin. And of course, 3 monthly inspection, we have more strict and more detailed inspections, specific specific job description has been sent to all ships to enter to their PMS and to do a inspection according to that description. Some are good practice, like have binoculars during a heaving up anchor, just to check the condition of the jackal. And sometime when you have a rescue boat launching, training, and testing, it will be prudent to send a boat around the ship and to see the jackals. So it should be done in a proper way, well advanced, of course, with the permission of local authorities. Yeah, so that's about this case. Can you please send next slide?
Mike, may I inject brief comments on a professional manner, how the crew dealt during these events on Paul Martin by all crew, and particularly by Master Chief Officer, deck ratings, Chief Engineer during the replacement works when alongside. That was highly appreciated by office as well. Thank you, gentlemen, for your professionalism.
Next bulletin was about just a case on Paul Martin, the same vessel. That's one island on the Bahamas archipelago. We used to go to that place numbers of time in the past on the smaller vessels. Right now it was a big vessel coming to the load in a Great Inagua Island, in the Morton Salt. And during approaching, it was just a soft grounding. So that when the vessel approaching with the speed about 1.5 knots to the berth, the movement of the vessel stopped, and the captain tried the bow thruster. Bow moved freely, so it was assumption that it was just a soft grounding. Calculation made, and calculation was made, and just a small deballasting, I mean a minor deballasting of aft tanks allowed vessel to refloat. So with all being said, just want to remind that some places maybe not charted in a very good knowledge and condition. We requested our commercial division just to approach customers here and to do the specific hydrographic survey. Until that time, we have to restrict arrival draft for the all vessels till 8 meters maximum. In case with the Paul Martin, it was aft draft 9.15. So just to make sure that your navigation plan and GSA included all risks, including lack of navigation information on the charts. Next slide. Another safety bulletin on 2020. It was a case during the winter time. Not a winter time, just on board of CSL Spirit. When chief engineer entered his day room, he noticed that some odor and smoke near the electrical switch. So everything was extinguished in very good, everything was extinguished in a very quick manner, and the small section was damaged by excessive heat. Further investigation revealed that the wiring connection behind the wall was in a proper way. Of course, it's very difficult to predict that such connection existing on board of your vessels, and that first action which we requested from the crew on board of sister ship of She Lion to conduct inspection of wiring connection for such lighting switches using a FLIR image camera, just to see if you have a heating behind the wall. So during what was happened during the passage and some vibration, overheated cables, just shortcut, and we had that case when the fire started. Of course, anything like heating devices, especially during winter time, should not be left without attention, and everything should be removed from the sockets when the crew is going to deck or to work. This should be checked during weekly inspection by master and shipboard management team. Also, please discuss it with the all crew when you will be on board. So next slide. Okay, it's the slides and the safety bulletins for next year, for 2021. CSL Spirit after discharging in Rio Haina. After departure and successful discharge in Rio Haina, crew will start preparation for washing of cargo belts and cargo system. Tunnelman noticed a specific odor from apparently from the boom structure. When he came to the boom, he noticed smoke and specific smoke. So he, when he saw that, he immediately raised the alarm by using a VHF and took his fire hose, not a fire hose, but washing hose, and start washing the place. So what was happened? It was a short discharge of the coal in a row in that area, and despite the fact that no residues been before starting the discharging operation in the last port, contributing factor was prolonging discharge. Usually we have about 1 day for discharging. That times it was 2 days of discharging. And another contributing factor was a roller which was due for replacement. It was in a normal condition, but again, the heating was due to friction and rotation, triggered overheating of cargo residues below this belt. And of course, it was an unpredicted case. For all of us, we need to know that coal is having a ability to self-heat, especially when it's wet, under certain condition that can melt and damage equipment and be a source of major fire. As a recap and action to take for the future operation, any crew who saw the residues of cargo should advise cargo control room about that, and specific action should be planned. If that's required to stop cargo belts to clean the residues, that should be done, because cargo residues, of course, can be a reason of overheating and damage of the belt equipment. belt and SUL equipment. So that's next slide. Next slide, please. This safety bulletin. No. Number 2, please. This bulletin was about unfortunate event of port state control detention on board of CSL Argosy due to problems with the main engine. Vessel was scheduled for port state control MSA inspection in the Shanghai region. And one of the cases for detention was a problem with the emergency fire pump. The problem during the inspection, the problem of building pressure of water being revealed. So instead of 8 bars, the pressure of fire pump delivered only up to 3.5. So that was not, of course, not enough for the successful extinguishing of fire if it will be some requirement to do so on board. What was wrong? During the recent replacement of priming unit on fire pump, adjustment were not done for that priming unit, and priming unit building up pressure up to 3.5 bar and drop it. Fire pump supposed to pick up the pressure from 5 bar and build up required pressure for the operation on board. Because of this and that problem between priming unit and fire pump, of course, we cannot say that our system, emergency system, in a proper state of readiness. So action to take: every ship should verify performance of emergency fire pump, especially on low drafts. This vessel, during inspection, this vessel had a very low draft. The low draft was about 7.5 meters, and the emergency fire pump installed in an aft place just below the steering gear room. So during the test on board of your vessel, you should verify which is the lowest draft available for the successful operation of emergency fire pump. And if vessels having some arrangement similar to what we have on CSL Argosy with the priming unit, they just need to verify that all settings are within the required parameters. Yeah, so next slide. It was 2 cases on board of our vessels during very short time. We have cases when the officers been slightly injured or having hit by line during mooring operation. One of the vessel, Electra, was in a major conversion in dry dock in China with a reduced crew. Regular operation require from the crew that they need to relocate the mooring lines from one bollard to another. They did the maintenance on a mooring winches by their own forces, and of course some operation should be planned in well advance. 3 crew members been on a forecastle namely third officer, chief mate, and bosun. And when chief mate transferred a mooring line from a mooring winch gypsy to the mooring bollard, the line slipped from the stopper knot, and the free end of the line hit a chief mate on his leg. Nothing happened with his leg, but it was a bruise and significant, significant bruise. And because of that, he'd been sent for the hospital, local hospital, to evaluate if something wrong. What was wrong with that case? Apparently, the stopper was not placed properly. As you can see on a picture, the stopper itself missed a significant part of the knot, and here you can see the two types of knots which can be used for the stopper when you need to put a stopper on board of your ship. Of course, all able seamen and the ordinary seamen bosun should have this knowledge, and this should be verified during trainings which we have on board on a regular basis. Another case was on board of CSL Frontier during mooring operations and shifting operation in San Marcos Island. CSL Frontier having split drums, and of course, when you have a long shifting operation, the mooring line built up on a storage drum, and this should be properly managed, because otherwise you will have problems with the storage and with the building and with the ability of payout or operate with mooring line. As you can see on a picture, third mate requested to slack a line, and just to help a line to move from the stacked position just to the free place. And when he approached with his hands, just this line split a little and hit his hands, his fingers. It was not maybe very serious, but when this third mate been sent to the local hospital in a it's not a hospital, but some medical facility on that island, medical staff, they just evaluated the damage and said that they don't have a surgeon there, they cannot do anything. So by the time when ship reached USA, and the crew member who visited the medical facility, more rigid and surgical operation surgical involvement need to be done for the proper alignment of his finger. So what we want to say that please do not rush when you have a mooring operation, especially when you have some specific shiftings. It's a normal operation for us, I know, but please do not be fooled with the apparent easy operation during shifting or mooring, because we have this day by day on a regular basis everywhere on board of our ships, but the risks and hazards of mooring operations should not be overseen. That you need to assess all risks during the mooring operation. Please, next slide. Okay, yeah, I believe this should be delivered by Alex or Vlad.
Yes, Alex, can you please? I just asked to place this bulletin foreseeing questions from seafarers.
Yes, good afternoon. Most of you heard. Okay, let me. Yeah, most of you heard about this recent accident on board of CSL Kajika, and that's therefore we issued this bulletin just to know to let everybody know that despite of all efforts of the crew, it still happened. And this is unfortunately good example when many barriers failed. And like we say in this, all holes of the cheese aligned and accident happened. Yeah, at the beginning, the shipyard quality system failed in the sense of verifying job done in respect of these additional cable penetrations from cargo holds in the main cable duct. Classification society as well failed to verify this. Observation team on board. Yeah, it was a big conversion for more over the year. And it was many other things. So it was really unexpected that such penetration will not be sealed, as it was clearly set in the specification that this job should be done. When the ship carried her first cargo of salt, it was not any concern. And with a cargo of coal, this is what happened. And bad weather also contributed in the way that it was not possible to check atmosphere of methane within the cargo holds.
Karen, can you please upload the latest slide, please? Alex, sorry.
I think we're uploading something different.
It's Mike's continuation before. Yeah, this one.
Yeah, but I think we need a second page.
Second page.
Probably just scroll down this file.
Yeah.
Yes, this is a good illustration. What's actually I just said, what's happened. You see this on the left low picture. You see the big pipe, which is brand new cable penetrations. It's illustrating, and the picture on the right bottom is a penetration pictured from cargo hold. So all this gas goes through and get into carpenter's workshop. So what we try to say, we have to be extra vigilant when we're carrying any dangerous cargo, especially we carrying coal. I know we're carrying coal almost past 20 years. On the very short runs, we all do the same thing. We all do the same routine, and maybe there is some complacency developed when we're carrying coal. But that's what we want to say again. We should be very alert when we carrying coal and make every effort to check atmosphere, not in just compartments which is directly adjacent to the cargo hold, but even those which is not, but may be possible to have some gas leakage. And everybody knows from you guys that methane is lighter than air. So sometimes sampling air at the at a human height level may be not enough. Especially in this case, it was a pocket under the ceiling where the old methane collected. And once grinder machine started, it was ignited. So we again want you to be very vigilant, very, like we say, it's better to be over caution rather than under caution and then pay the price. If you have any questions about this accident, please ask. So basically, that's it.
Gentlemen, colleague, any question related to the recently discussed incident? Okay, anyway, you have a chance to prepare your question and raise them later on in the question and answer session.
Vitaly, how many minutes do I have?
Well, little bit behind the schedule, but I'm a next presenter. I will try to be short and tight to achieve the time.
I have a lot to deliver after that, so it means that maybe we will deliver it during the, I hope, crew conference in phase, and also during my visit on board. So that's maybe we have a much more time for Q&A session, or what we have right now, Vitaly. It's your session right now. Am I right?
Yes. Now it's my session. Yeah, go ahead.
Thanks.
Okay. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Probably we'll have a time to for communication during the open forum. Karen, next slide, please. Generally, I'm going to speak about your career progression and your competency development. So this will be all about you. Believe some of you already hear something about the so-called Peter Principle. Peter J. Lawrence is a Canadian educator and hierarchologist who is best known to the general public for the formulation of Peter Principle. He made a significant amount of different social researches and observed that people in a hierarchy tend to rise to their level of incompetence. Employees are promoted based on their success in a previous job until they reach a level at which they are no longer competent. As skills in one job do not necessarily translate to another job. A person who is competent at their job will earn a promotion to a position that requires different skills. If a promoted person lacks the skills required for the new role, he or she will be incompetent at a new level and will not be promoted again. And then, if the person is competent in the new role, he or she will be promoted again and will continue to be promoted until reaching a level at which they are incompetent. Being incompetent, the individual will not qualify for the promotion again, and so will remain stuck at so-called final placement or Peter Plateau. This outcome is inevitable, given enough time and enough positions in hierarchy to which competent employees may be promoted. And this is especially true in such hierarchy-based organization like shipping or maritime. Some of the examples. Someone was a third mate who was promoted to second mate, then to chief mate, then to the master. If the right tool was not provided to that person for the career progression, then there is a high chance that somewhere in that chain, the person may stuck in a position where he or she is not competent. Second mate, who is agreed in that particular role, may give you a false sense that he or she is good enough to be promoted to chief officer position. but without fully knowing or assessing his or her chief officer capabilities, there is a risk that based on a positive impression only, he or she becomes promoted and lands on a new position, but again, not enough competent to work in a new role. This is a proven scientific research model, and it's not just a V-group development. Other example is when the chief officer who strives his or her promotion to master hears from the more senior officer that there is a feeling that he or she is not good enough for the next rank level without getting any detailed information, which may involve risks of loss of the motivation. All this might happen unless you put a balanced competence development program in place. Now I'm going to throw the ball towards your side. So I'm going to conduct poll and later on discuss the results. Next slide, please. You have been with V-Group for many years as senior officers, junior officers. So I would like to ask you, how are you satisfied with the current V-Group promotion process and the procedures? It's not a political question, it's a simple question and requires the simple answer, yes or no. It means, do you know what processes, structure is in place? How you can be promoted, when you will be promoted, how clear are the procedures? So just you can see the poll on your screen and just select yes or no. Okay, now we have answers. We have 95% satisfied with the current promotion structure in the V-Group. That's good. That means that we have quite good processes and procedures in place, but another 5% means that we still have the way for the improvement. Next slide, please, Karen. Next question I would like to ask senior officers. How comfortable do you feel when you get a newly promoted junior or senior officer joining your vessel? There was a poll previously conducted among company senior officers asking if they are happy to have newly promoted cadet working on board their vessel. And majority of answers were no, unless I have trained that person to the level of my standards. So please don't send any new promoted one to my vessel. I don't trust to their training. So again, it's not a political question. So be open to express your experience and answer yes or no. Now we have a little bit lesser level of the agreement, only 87%, and another 13% means that we still have a lot to do to improve this figure, to have all senior officers 100% comfortable when they see the newly promoted junior or senior officer on board the vessel. And last question in that poll, next slide, please, Karen. How do you think? Who is accountable for your career progression and competence development? So your superintendent, your crewing manager, you, or training department? Also be open, just express your opinion. Who is accountable from your point of view for your career progression and competence development? And what results do we have? Definitely. Key accountable party is you. All others, superintendent, crew manager, training department, we all are there to support you. As an organization, we need to provide you with a platform tool to make your career successful. Thank you, Karen. Can you please switch over to the next slide? As majority of you is already aware, company, we group have contracted OTG Ocean Technology Group, which is a parent company to the Seagull, Marlins, Videotel, and Maritime Training Services. And now all of you already have an experience to use the new learning platform, which is Ocean Learning Platform. What are the benefits of transferring to that platform? More variable type of content, vessel type specific content, more than 130 titles, common to a majority of vessels, but specific. Adaptive content. You do a pre-assessment while during training, and if during pre-assessment there are knowledge gaps discovered, then you don't need to pass through the complete training, but only complete part where is your knowledge gap, identified knowledge gap. Micro-learning means 2 or 3 minutes video, snipped video content, but not like a 1.5 hour training. Simulation games, something like a navigation simulator, which we are currently use for testing navigational skills during the navigational standard development package. And also we use this for the new hires during the navigation standard test. We are looking for more games like rescue games, call-rec games for mobile devices and computers. Another improvement is a risk matrix related reflection of the learning material. Also ability to conduct surveys and send notices. Majority of you already use the system ashore and on board. Online access and on-board access are both synchronized. Doesn't matter where e-learning is completed. Next slide, please. It's replicated to ShipShore on a regular basis. All able to see when it's completed and either CFAR is compliant or what kind of training to be done. Next slide, please, Karen. Voyage Competency Management System. The new system, which include industry standards like Intertank approved, RightShip approved, plus company customized. It's actually it promotes self-initiated learning, and new Voyage Competency Management System was introduced to achieve operational excellence by developing our officers' competence. It has ability to trace the process, so it's auditable, and all it's evidence-based. So it's actually face-to-face process. It's not like an e-learning. It support overall promotion process, and it also has a possibility to record improvements when they're identified and when they're closed. Next slide, please. So actually, use of Voyage Competence Management System is next step, moving from the paper-based format from the forums IDM 30. It's a centralized database, so you don't need to maintain the paper copies of your development checklists. It's actually an electronic format of the career development checklist. Again, it contains the industry standards. There is an option in the OTG box, and also ashore, when you have access to the shore system LMS, you can simulate rank requirements for the next rank. It contains proficiencies or competencies specific to the type of the vessel. It also contains self-assessment option for the senior officers, and it contains a clear guidelines and performance and assessment criteria. Can you please move to the next slide, please? Now almost 100% of the company vessels under the technical management are supplied with the OTG boxes. And now we expect the changes in the VMS, the group management system, in the section regarding the competence development of the officers, with more detailed procedure regarding the use of voyage competence management system. And this new procedure will definitely replace the requirements for the paper format forms, paper-based based forms IDM 30. Starting the January this year, officers looking to be promoted must complete voyage competence, must complete all proficiencies contained within the voyage competency management system. For those who looking the promotion further on, please keep in mind that if you are not completed competencies, then you are not, which are not signed by your senior officers, then you are not considered to be ready for the promotion to the next rank. Next slide, please. It's all about the consistency.
Vitaly,
Yes,
this is Captain Ulrich. I have a question regarding the previous slide, please.
Okay.
You mentioned about promotion, but what about promotion from cadets to the third officer, or from fourth officer? We have some young promising cadets as a fourth officers into third officer. There is no ADM 30s of such.
Yes, yes, exactly. This is available in voyage competence management system.
Ah, okay. So
there is a certain number of competencies
it will be available,
yes,
right?
Yes,
okay,
yes.
very good.
Also,
Thank you.
we are
You
looking
answered my
to
question.
introduce the, yes, we are looking to introduce very soon the competencies for the ratings. So there is an IMEC who published the list of the competencies or proficiencies required to be completed by the ratings also when they wish to be promoted to the next level. But definitely I will be able to answer more during the question Q&A session. And when we are talking about the competency development, it's actually is a consistent process. This process should be consistent. When one time down, it may not give you the results. Learning, training, and development requires the consistency. You need to take everyday steps, even if it's small steps, to make your career goals become closer to you. And I have a final question in my presentation, question to all of you, our colleagues. Can you please answer from your point of view, how long does it take the average person to become a sailor? Please feel free to express your opinion, just type in the chat. As per your opinion, how many months, years, or days it's required for the average person to become a sailor? How do you think? How long can average person need to undergo the training, learning to become a sailor?
You mean deck hands, Vitaly, or sailor in general?
Average citizen.
So from master to AB, it's a difference, right? To become.
Not. We are talking about the sailor in general.
Just a regular citizen, Vlad, not a seaman. Just to become a site person, taxi driver, to become a seaman. Sorry about that.
Average person. How do you think? How many days, years, months, whatsoever? It's not a political question. You can minimum 1 year. Okay, thank you, Captain. Any other ideas? Up to 10 years. No more ideas. Okay. Karen, can you please highlight the answer? The answer is that an average person will never become a sailor. So you need to be proud about that. All of you are special. You are beyond the average. I wish you a success in your career goal achievement using all those tools that we recently discussed. Thank you very much. Thank you for your attention. And now it's our final question and answer session. It's an open forum. I would like to encourage all our seafaring colleagues, raise your hands or ask the question in the chat. So we'll be glad to answer all of them. Any question? Karen, do we have any question raised previously? Okay, Captain Alexander Leonidovich.
Yes, Vitaly, we have one raised hand.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, go on, sir.
Okay. Let's question to Captain Mikhail Kitov. Good day, Captain Mikhail.
Yes. Good day. Good day, Captain Alexander Leonidovich.
Yes, good day. Reverting to this incident with parted mooring rope on one of new vessel, and fortunately, nobody injured. Why I'm asking, wondering about this program of with moor guard fuses, which we started recently. How is the performance? It works, or it stopped, and or it's progressing, goes to other vessels? Because this incident, unfortunately, happens very rare, but happens, and even people dying from time to time. So how is this program work?
Yeah, thank you for question. Yes, for sure, we have all our ships supplied with the moor guard fuses. As you know, you've been, and I appreciated your involvement and your input and that testing and setting our latest standard. So every ship having a 15 fuses on board. Masters should use it every time when they have a mooring operation. Just a few ports still out of equation, and like Puerto Rincon and Portland, I mean Rainier, also Portsmouth. So some ports are not good for usage. I've been on CSL Toronto during your stay in Port Canaveral, and you know that all that traffic and numbers of passenger ships moving in and out. And I saw that performance and found this good. You know that we have the program of upgrades. I requested all ships, not all ships, but during a new budget year, we budgeted replacement of, I believe, 2 or 3 fuses on a regular basis, and some chuffing gear for protection of fuses also budgeted. Presently, I set Tom to visit CSL Tecumseh just to do upgrade during the regular visit. So, and otherwise,
so it works. It's going.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. So far it works. And just to cover another part, if you remember, it was a second project about stoppers. Yes, unfortunately, stoppers not working like we designed because of some kind of, you know, misunderstanding between the manufacturer and us, like customer. So new ropes will be supplied, which will be not so thick. It will be less than 1 inch or 1/8 of inch in circumference and diameter, sorry, and will be longer. So it will be working definitely.
Okay, very good. One pilot in Puerto Bolivar, when we asked me a question, what is this mooring fuse guard and how it works, I explained to him. He said me he was so impressed, it was so good, because he remember some years ago one seaman was killed by parted rope. So even one person died not many years ago could be saved if they had these fuses.
Yes, yeah, of course. During the latest conference on within the American Association of Safety Professionals, I asked Tom to deliver his presentation, so everybody also were impressed, and I hope that Tom have, that company will have other customers, and we want to spread the word everywhere on a fleet and in the ports. Of course, it's a very good idea, and basically we have a few cases when the fuses already played like or triggered like it's designed, and that's really good.
Okay, thank you very much for answer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, concerns, issue, observations? Probably would like to share some information with colleagues from the management office, crewing office.
Yeah, gentlemen, if you let me, Vitaly, I will just step in, maybe to conclude my presentation. Of course, you know that all our efforts are towards raising of safety culture on board. I urge you to continue your work in that direction. Please motivate your crew to be vigilant, to remove overconfidence from our life. It's not as simple. It's an everyday job, and we need to be example for everyone on board. If you have questions or issues, don't hesitate to reach a vessel control group, MSQ, myself, and we will be on your side to help and to assist with the questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Mikhail Grigorьevich.
I can say a few words from my side. If you how we learned from the review from Captain Mikhail, to me it is very obvious that whenever human element involved into the incident or accident, it is purely related to the young people or overconfident people, which prove this curve shared before related to the experience of the person on the fleet. So the most involvement having young people, not experienced, and all the people who are overconfident of the experience. In the middle, it's much less involvement. So you as a senior officers on board and the junior officers who are present now in our session, we would like you to think how to work towards this existing condition and make our younger generation of officers and ratings behave more safely, become more confident in the seamanship normal life. That's my brief conclusion. Yep. Anybody else?
Thank you, Captain Vladimir Ivanovich. I have a question to all the auditory, to all our colleagues present today. Can you please remind me about the company tagline? It's just in the middle of the homepage of the VMAS. Does anyone remember the company tagline? We should also this in just in the middle of the homepage, in the center of the homepage of the vGroup management system. When you open the vGroup management system, you should be able to see this just in the center of the VMS. Safe behavior saves lives. Just think over about this tagline. What it can mean to you. What doesn't mean to you. Any other questions, observations, dear colleagues? Okay, now we are just right in time, and I would like to invite Assistant Fleet Superintendent from the VShip Boston, Gunilla Eriksson, for the closing remarks. You are welcome. Now it's over to you.
Thank you. Just some closing words. I hope you all had a productive and fruitful day. So due to the circumstances with COVID, we missed the opportunity to have the ordinary, exciting life annual seminar in Odessa with participants from owners, service providers, and hands-on experiences. Would have loved to participate and be able to go to the square and take a picture of Duc de Richelieu statue in person, not just seeing him as a picture on the kitchen wall in the Boston office. However, current times calls for adoption and restrictions in a lot of things that we do. Seafarers have experienced a big share of this during the last 2 years, with late sign-offs, travel restrictions, numerous COVID testings, etc., etc. The list is long. This being well managed just shows that what a resilient and flexible kind of people the seafarers are. In the Boston office, we have an excellent crew with a fabulous retention rate. It's a pleasure forwarding the CSL awards to the vessels, and I see more and more crew members with 20 years service with CSL. Just had a ship with 6 members on board at the same time qualifying for 20 years award. Incredible and impressive. Want to mention the mental well-being campaign vGroup is running. We all have a stage of physical and a state of mental health. So both needs to be taken care of. So let's work with the tools vGroup is providing and educate ourselves in order to remove the stigma around mental health. How can we do that? Well, we are all new in this. So it's a learning curve, maybe starting by really listening and talking to each other. I know it's not easy in these digital times. And by keeping an eye out for each other. Safety is a matter of acting safely. When a worker acts safely, it sends a very strong message to the rest of the team. To work safely is to work intelligently, to be able to recognize a hazard and to act upon it. It is the most safety act anyone can do, to be able to recognize a hazard before they can cause harm to others. We see some great example of this every month in the Safety Catch nominations. It is getting harder and harder to choose and nominate a winner every month. So keep up the good work. Like the Olympic Games, with these words, I declare the crew conference closed, with hope to see you all in a live conference in Odessa. Thank you for your time and wish you a very safe and healthy New Year.
Thank you, Gunilla. Thank you very much, all who attended today's session. Now it's the last chance to raise the question, express your opinion.
May I have 1 minute, Vitaly? Unfortunately, as Gunilla mentioned, we did not have participation of owners this seminar. The owners are really, they were ready to join us to have some presentation, but because of number of times we rescheduled the event, they are not available for today time, and owners are very satisfied with the performance of our crew and our fleet generally. Maybe some questions which already ready to be asked by our seafarers. I can only just to give a little bit sign of that. We're working towards the wage raise for the next financial year, meaning since 1st of April. We cannot tell now how much it would be and whether it would be approved for this year, but it's very likely to happen. So with this good news for our seafarers, thank you everybody for participation during your vacation time in our seminar.
Yes, thank you, Captain Vladimir Ivanovich. Very positive. The last news was very positive, I believe, for all our colleagues in CSL fleet. Again, thank you very much to all for the participation in today's seminar. We are looking for the for the opportunity to hold this seminar physically with the presence of all of you, like it was in early in the previous years. We will be will be appreciated if you raise your opinion, if you for your feedback about this seminar. Feel free to raise any suggestions. We will be glad to hear from you in case of any improvements required to improve the way of delivery of the virtual seminars and the content of the virtual seminars. You can see, yes, we have one hand raised. Yes, Sergey. Can you please switch your microphone?
Okay, I want to say many thanks for this seminar. It gives very many positive questions.
Okay, thank you very much.
And answers.
Thank you. Once again, we are looking to meet all of you physically, like it was the previous years. I wish all of you to just take care, stay healthy, and all the best to you and your families. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Thank you, everybody. Stay safe.
Everybody, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye, everyone.
Goodbye, everyone.